Yep, okay.
CFIS.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not good.
Good evening. I will now call the regular city council meeting to order. Regular city council meeting of September 11th, 2023. Members of the public are invited to attend in-person meetings in council chambers. Public access to the meeting is also available by telephone by using the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Meetings are broadcast on Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Luke Manhera-Massa,
Here.
Councilmember Long,
Here.
Councilmember Hadamio,
Here.
Councilmember Kondo,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Councilmember Goff,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Manager Guyer, are there any responses to resident inquiry?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I have one update for you this evening. We have provided information that the boat regatta that's typically planned for the Pirate Fest annually has been canceled due to blue-green algae that can be found in Webster Lake. This is a toxin produced by the algae currently growing in the lake that is called microcystis. If I said that correctly, Shelley? Close enough, thank you. The toxin can cause a variety of health symptoms, including skin irritation, impaired kidney function, and lung irritation. Dermal contact inhalation and are exposure pathways. So we have posted signage in the park around the lake, letting individuals know that it's not safe to be in the water. So we ask residents to practice caution when visiting E.B. Rains Park. The park is safe to visit. The lake is not currently in a position where you want to be making contact with the water. So the boat regatta is canceled, and certainly if there's any questions, feel free to let me know. But we hope that the lake will be in a position to host that wonderful event next year. And there's nothing we can do chemically to make any sort of difference for this weekend. Thanks.
Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda tonight? No? All right, seeing none. We have a few proclamations tonight, so if you would like to join me down front. Welcome. Okay, we are going to start with one of the most important proclamations that we do, and it is in remembrance of September 11th. So we have 3 people that are coming up to accept this proclamation. So Police Chief Jim May and members of the North Glen Police Department. Fire Chief Dave Ramos with the North Metro Fire Rescue District. And Joyce Downing, former mayor and 9/11 Memorial Committee member. And then if there are representatives from North Glen Ambulance, you are welcome to join us up here as well. So a little bit of background before I read the proclamation. The North Metro Fire Rescue and North Glen Ambulance were part of the community project that planned and acquired a 9/11 memorial for this area. Joyce Downing was instrumental in acquiring a piece of a steel I-beam from the World Trade Center to be worked into the permanent 9/11 sculpture, which is located in Broomfield. The city's Special Events Division coordinated the 9/11 Day of Service, which ran from September 2nd through the 11th, and encouraged residents to help with community projects in honor of the 9/11 Day of Remembrance and Service. One of the service events included a group project to make improvements at the east entrance to the northwest open space. And we do have additional copies of the proclamation for all three of you. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, the peace and security of our nation was shattered by terrorist attacks that killed many innocent people at the World Trade Center towers in New York City, at the United States Pentagon, and in the fields of Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And whereas, although the terrorist goal was to strike a powerful blow to the hearts of all Americans and tear at the fabric our nation, arising from the very ashes of that tragedy came a remarkable spirit of unity, compassion, and determination that will never be forgotten. Just as we will never forget those who were lost and injured on that day, and those who rose in service during the rescue and recovery effort and in defense of our nation, both here at home and abroad. And whereas, in response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in the spirit of patriotism and unity and carried out countless acts of kindness, generosity, and compassion. And whereas the Serve America Act, passed by Congress and enacted into law in 2009, recognizes September 11th as an annual National Day of Service and Remembrance. And whereas by serving on this National Day of Service and Remembrance, we honor those killed and injured, pay tribute to those who responded in service and compassion, and honor those who continue to serve our country, including active duty and reserve military members and their families, veterans, law enforcement, and first responders. And whereas the date of September 11th will never and should never be just another day in the hearts and minds of Americans, the City of North Glen wishes to pay tribute to all those impacted by the September 11th attacks and wishes to honor the strength and resilience of the people who make our nation stronger through their continued service and participation in the city's 9/11 Day of Service. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of North Glen, Colorado, hereby proclaim September 11th as 9/11, a day of remembrance and service, and call upon all residents to honor the lives of those lost in the September 11th attacks through participation in community service, including volunteering and performing other good deeds in the same spirit of unity, resilience, and compassion that brought Americans together in the aftermath of the 9/11 tragedy on this day and throughout the year. Dated at North Glen, Colorado, this 11th day of September 2023. So I do have copies for all of you, but I also want to make sure that I give you the opportunity if you want to add anything or say something else.
Really? I want to thank the city and county, the city of North Glen, the city council for this resolution. For me, this day is really important in that we have this opportunity to remember. Tonight, this resolution just does that even a little further. I love that memorial in Broomfield started here in North Glen. I love this story. We were part of the fundraising, the community coming together to raise so much money to build that beautiful memorial. We had the service there this morning, and it's wonderful. It's so nice to see the community together. A couple of our council members there with us in Broomfield today, but to see the community coming together to continue to remember, to heal, but to never forget, and I think that's so important. We hear so many stories from people who gave the most. They lost loved ones that day, but what's been so great at that service that we have annually is to hear the stories of how they and their families have taken positive memories of their loved ones they lost and grown in such wonderful ways. So I think more than that event and loss, it's still so wonderful to think where we've gone as a country, growing out of that terrific, horrific day.
Well, I just want to thank you very much for doing this. I think it's so important that we never forget. And I just want to say I am really humbled by even being mentioned as we were just a conduit to bring that peace so that we could celebrate and memorialize all these folks. You know, it was really a horrible, horrible situation, but our first responders were there. And I just applaud each and every one of them.
I think all of us can close our eyes and it takes us back to that day it happened, right? I was in this building down the hallway, coming into briefing just after the first plane hit the first tower. And then I watched a second, and then I knew that it was purposeful, right? And after the days that followed, and I think as a law enforcement, firefighter, personnel at that time, you know, our chest, even though it was tragic loss and everything of those heroes that went in trying to save lives, and they did, they saved thousands of lives that day, but you know, with their ultimate sacrifice. But still today, it makes me proud, and it just reinforces, I think for a lot of us, our purpose as law enforcement and firefighters, that we keep on moving forward, keep them in mind, and that courage. Hopefully, if I'm faced with that same thing, I can face it with as much courage as those individuals did that day. So, thank you.
Okay, our second proclamation tonight is honoring Constitution Week, which is September 17th through the 23rd. We have quite a few guests with us tonight. So Joyce Thomas, Constitution Week chairperson for the Front Range chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. So you can come up and you can bring guests if you would like. Everyone is welcome to join you. Okay. Whereas it is the privilege and duty of the American people to commemorate the 236th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas every American shares in this legacy of liberty, and we are grateful for the courage, conviction, and sacrifice of all those who have helped preserve and uphold the principles of a free society. As we remember the enduring importance of the Constitution, we also recognize our responsibility to respect and defend the values of our founding and participate in the unfolding story of freedom. And whereas, in celebration of the signing of the Constitution, and in recognition of the Americans who strive to uphold the duties and responsibilities of citizenship, the Congress, by joint resolution of August 2nd, 1956, requested that the week beginning September 17th and ending September 23rd of each year be proclaimed as Constitution Week, and Constitution Day being on Sunday, September 17th. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of North Glen, Colorado, hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd, 2023, as Constitution Week and encourage everyone to study the Constitution and reflect on that privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities which that privilege involves. Dated at North Glen, Colorado, this 11th day of September 2023. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Thank you for being here.
My name is Joyce Thomas. I'm the committee chair for Constitution Week, also former regent, just stepped down in May. This is our current regent, Mara Nelson. This is our current treasurer, but also former regent, Jana Viner. This is another former regent, Morgana Meter, who is currently the chaplain, and our new registrar, Barbara Spriggs. I have pocket constitutions for council members and anybody in the audience who would like one. Yes. Oh, yes. And of course, one of your own council members, Shannon, is a member of our chapter, which is Front Range Chapter.
Everybody's smiling, right? Your faces are really little on the camera. Thanks. Thank you. Are you eligible? Thank you.
I have one. Thank you, Joyce.
I would love one.
Yes, you, Joanne?
Yeah. Thank you, Joyce.
Anybody in the audience?
Okay, our third proclamation tonight is for Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th. We have our Mayor Pro Tem, Shannon Lukman Hiramasa, and Councilmember Jay Jaramillo are coming down to accept our proclamation. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is an important opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of the Hispanic community and the crucial role Hispanics play in shaping the future of our country. People of many distinct cultures make up the country's Latino population, and Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates them all. And whereas this year's theme, Latinos Driving Prosperity, Power, and Progress in America, recognizes the significant strides of Hispanics, their population growth, increasing political representation, and economic success that is paving the way for the rise and recognition of Hispanics as undeniable positive contributors to the country. And whereas Latinos represent the fastest growing and second largest segment in the U.S. with a population of over 62 million. Latinos are the fastest growing population in the military, are the second largest group of voters, and continue to play incredible roles in culture, business, science, economy, and the arts. And whereas from education to income, Latinos are advancing in a positive direction and driving American progress. Hispanics in the U.S. represent $1.9 trillion in purchasing power. From small startups to Fortune 500 companies, Hispanics are starting businesses, buying homes, and investing in their futures. Hispanic progress is American progress. And whereas Hispanics are committed to preserving Latino values and traits such as hard work, honesty, trust, family, resilience, and passion for life, Hispanics are an active and trusted part of the community, and they believe in the American dream more than any other group in America. And whereas the City of North Glen is proud to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month and members of the Hispanic community who continue to contribute to American society, culture, economy, and overall progress. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of North Glen, Colorado, hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all residents of North Glen to reflect on the significant contributions of Hispanic people and to join us in recognizing and celebrating the prosperity, power, and progress of Hispanics during this special month and beyond. Dated at North Glen, Colorado, this 11th day of September 2023.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to echo each and every word that you expressed there, and just want to say that I'm very proud to be part of the diverse diaspora, which is the Hispanic culture on different hemispheres of the world. I'm very proud to be part of that lineage, and also I wanted to invite everybody to Adams County. We're hosting the Festival Latino. It's going to be on October 1st. At the Adams County Regional Park. Is that the correct name? Fairgrounds. We used to call it the Adams County Fairgrounds, but they changed their name. But so I'd like to invite you there. It's from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's going to be a variety of food, music, and also car show and other artistic opportunities for different, I guess, threads of our tapestry, which is the Hispanic culture that we'll be able to express in different expressions. So I'm excited. It's our first annual event, and we've been working on it with Adams County Commissioners, and this is the first one, and we'd love you to be a part of it. And moving on into the future, I'll pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Jay. Well said. I will echo everything Jay said, but also to say that I'm very honored to serve with Jay on this Hispanic Heritage Committee. As he mentioned, it is the first time that Adams County is hosting this fair. So very proud to be a part of that and to serve with my fellow council member. Diversity is important, and when we look at the makeup of North Glen, for example, it's around 35% Hispanic, I believe, close to that. And Adams County as well is very close to that, a little bit higher. So it's important that our constituents also see them represented on the face of the dais. I know in terms of my life, it's been an honor to be in this position that I am right now, knowing that it's been a struggle, but I've seen my family, my mother work very hard, and she's been a great role model to get me to this place, and I've modeled myself after that. So a lot of hard work is mentioned in this proclamation. I am a business owner, so that's another example of working hard and contributing to the economy. I know growing up when I was going through college, well, I wouldn't say I was already an adult, but it was a long time ago. I won't say how long. I often looked to Hispanic women that were in, powerful positions or leadership positions to ask, how did you do it? What obstacles did you encounter? What helped you along the way? So I'm honored to be that role model for other women as well. I was just invited to the first Latina Foundation luncheon on this Friday. So I'm hoping to make that. There's a lot of Denver councilwomen, Latina councilwomen that are invited to that as well. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Mayor and the city, for issuing this proclamation.
Okay, pretty excited about this next part. So we have a dedicated service award. So I would like to invite Rayanna Blackman to come forward. There she is. I'm gonna give you this fancy thing. Isn't that great? So this is a dedicated service award for her time serving on the Diversity, Inclusivity, and Social Equity Board. Rayanna was first appointed to the DICE board to serve as the Youth at-Large member in September 2020 and moved into the regular member position earlier this year. You're leaving because you're moving out of Colorado. You're gonna have to tell us more about that. But we're grateful for your efforts, and we wanna thank you for your dedicated service to the board. So please tell us about what's next for you, but just know that we are gonna miss you. And Catherine, I don't know if you wanna add anything.
I just say we really are badly going to miss her. It's so wonderful to see a young person join an organization and stick with it and grow into it and grow beyond it, even though it's kind of sad for us. But we know you're going to be successful.
I would like to thank the City Council as well as Northglenn City. Without this opportunity, I wouldn't have learned as much as I have and succeeded and got to meet new people and experience so many things within the city and my home that I have not even been able to before. And I am gonna miss my family. That's what you guys are now. You know, these 3 years have felt like 10 years. Things have happened so quickly, and we have accomplished so much within these 3 years. And I would just like to thank you guys for just keeping a great attitude and knowing that we could do so much better and make much more of this city. And I'm very happy to keep you guys in my hearts as long as I'm away. I won't be away hopefully for too long. I'll be back. I am moving to Tulsa, Oklahoma. We are going out on a program. So we'll only, technically it's a year, but we're gonna buy a house and hopefully we'll be making our way back here soon. So I won't be gone for too long and hopefully I could come back and see you guys and be involved once more. Thank you. I see Tamara. Could you be in the picture, please? I don't know if there's any other members of the board here.
All right, smile. That's good. All right. Thank you. I know. Don't make me cry. Don't cry. As it's Sunday, so I'm like, it's happening. Thank you so much. So much. Yes, I'm going to give you a hug. I miss you.
Thank you, council members.
Bye, thank you. Bye. Hey, friends. Okay. All right, next up, public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. And a balloon deflated in the background. I'm not quite sure. Joanna, is anyone signed up to speak to council tonight?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 individuals who have signed up in advance. The first person on the list is Tom Lampo.
I don't know, did we mute that? Perfect. Hi, Tom, how are you? So please state your name and address, neighborhood or ward, and provide your comments to council.
Tom Lampo, 3951 Jackson Way. So it's good to be back in front of you. I'm here to invite God to be present here at this meeting and to be with us in Northglenn. Please join me in praying. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' precious name, you are welcome here and throughout Northglenn. Everything is yours. 2 Chronicles 26 states, He said, Yahweh, the God of our ancestors, are you not the God who is in heaven? And do you not rule over all the kingdoms of the nations? Power and might are in your hand, and no one can stand against you. The spiritual battle wages on, but victory is yours, and I will claim it for you now, because no one can stand against you. I want to lift up all people that have been affected by the events 22 years ago today. May they feel your compassion as you comfort them. Lord, we need hope in these unprecedented times. We don't see the spiritual battle happening all around us, but we do see the devastation and we are in bad shape. We have the stresses of life, work, family, bills, debts, deadlines, and more. We have anxiety, and worse, we are an unbelieving people. So tonight, I lift up everyone to you and ask that you deal with our unbelief and give us hope. We believe more in ourselves than we do in you. Soften our hearts and take control of our will. Your words come true in Proverbs 3:5, where it states, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding." And in Psalm 51:10, "Create in me a pure heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me." Help us to move away from self and rely on you. And our faith does not need to be great. In Matthew 17:20 through 21, it states, "Truly I tell you, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there.' Nothing will be impossible for you." Help us with our faith, and let us rely on your word for hope. In Isaiah 41:10, you state, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." And Jeremiah 29:11 states, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Faith in you and hope for a future will be there, Father, but not without you. Touch our lives and give us trust and faith in you, so our hope can rest in your word. In your precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And finally, John 14:27, Jesus said, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I think we're trying to sort out some audio because some of that feedback is hard to hear.
Mayor, do you mind if we just test real quick and see if we figured out what the audio?
Sure,
issue
how
is?
would you like to do that?
Test, 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 test. You're good? Okay, we'll see.
Thank you. Okay, is anyone else signed up to speak to council?
Yes, the next person on the list is Mark Bromley.
Okay, please state your name and address, neighborhood or ward, and provide your comments to council.
I'm Mark Brownland. My address is on file with Ward 3 for the Mayor of North Glen here. Anyways, basically, I would like to say thank you, City Council, for not gagging the public to be heard and silencing the community voice this time. That's a good thing. And I'm Mark Bromley, running for mayor as the better leader. And I had a dream this morning that I was the mayor of North Glen and locked outside of the city hall, which actually happens in our society. Eventually, more and more city hall employees showed up, and they too were all locked outside. And this kept growing, and I asked, who's supposed to let us in? Surely enough, a hand slowly and timidly raised. And they said they forgot they sent everyone to lunch. So I picked up a rock, broke the glass door, and let us in, saying, great, the alarms went off, and now we got the police on the way. And on the bright side, we were now all inside the city hall. A simple story of the paranoia and fear I smell from this current council, with only two toxic elements that will be gone when I am North Glen's mayor. And this nightmare of paranoid delusion of polarized politics will come to an end, finally, with me, Mark Bromley, as mayor. A brighter future for all our North Glen Knights will prevail. The real healing of our community to solidarity, as I, the true George Floyd of North Glen, Mark Bromley, takes his place on council as a biblical savior of his hometown, perhaps a liberator of Colorado, the USA, and the world's freedom. Fret not, you on the neglected and law perverted, can find salvation. This very day of 9/11 that was made for veterans, heroes, and champions of freedom, of the fallen to rise from the negativity of sin and evil, of terrorism to be it foreign or domestic, with the motto, don't tread on me. The motto of the first American Union Jack, representing American solidarity and united in our diversity. To warn our globalist enemies, Soros, aka Emerge World Economic Forum. Would-be dictators and oligarchs of brutal means that to tend to our American dreams, that to tread on our American dreams, comes at great purchase. We will never forget, like elephants, the sacrifice of the U.S. Americans that gave their lives in the service of the success of the USA. Today is not a day to create servitude of slave labor. Today is a day of reflection on those who gave their lives so we of the USA can live and rise to succeed in their place for the Union of the States of America, united in solidarity. Oh, I still have a little bit of time, and FYI, do not continue with divisive discrimination, exclusivity, and insensitivity DEI nonsense of the weaponized, hateful, racist lynch mobs like DICE or NEXT became. Instead, I recommend using merit, equality, without race, without gender, tolerance, and acceptance of all, no matter their political facing, and create trust. I'm a miscegenated, mixed-racial, colored family. I do not like our color vomit racism of extremism nonsense that's currently in our political sector. And I have to say that some people have gotten so perverted in our education system that they need to leave our children alone and tell Representative Wilford to stop trying to mutilate the gender body parts of our children from the 6/5/23 meeting of this council. Do not hold the kangaroo court, Karen meme type court as seen on 7/10/23. You and council are not licensed for that purpose with the state bar. In addition, Mayor Karen needs to get your grades up. Belmar is far below Colorado standards in math and reading. Mayor Mark Bromley belongs on council for I Am Better for Northglenn. As an A+ BBB listed marine electrical business, I will do business here again in Colorado once I fix the broken and abused state legislation. Thank you for having me. Keep the USA American, and God bless us all.
Joanna, is there anyone else signed up to speak to council?
Yes, Josh and Tristan Schlenker.
Welcome. Please state your name and address, neighborhood or ward, and provide your comments to council.
Yeah, my name is Joshua Schlenker, Ward 3, off of 119th and McCrum Drive. I'm coming here today with my son Tristan. Tristan goes to Malley Drive, and I'm here again in front of you almost 2 years later. I was in front of you guys a couple years ago on the same issue of school bus runners, and now today at 7:30 this morning, my son and I were almost hit off of 119th, and I do have video if the council would like to see that. This overflow traffic, there's nothing getting done. Workers put up their signs and whatnot, not to come through or whatnot. It's not happening. Vehicles run over the vehicles, workers pull it, don't want to put up another one. What more has to take today? My son to get hit or something? I have a petition here with 19 other members of my community along 119th that have the same concerns and same issues. A majority of us have kids that walk to school or walk to the bus stop. It shouldn't take a kid to get hit for this city to do anything about it. I do not know what else the city can do to protect it. My community is being told 119th is an emergency access for the whole community. It doesn't mean that motorists can speed, not one bit, or me coming inches today from being hit. And in my video, you can see me pushing my son out of safety, out of the way of harm. What more does it have to take? Thank you, and thank you for letting me be heard.
Thank you for coming. there anyone else signed up?
Nobody else signed up in advance.
Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak to council? You may press *6 to unmute at this time. Is there anyone in the audience who did not have a chance to sign up who would like to speak to council tonight? No? Okay. Thank you. We're going to move into communications. We will start with Ward 1. Councilmember Burns, can you hear us?
I can. My biggest communication is just welcoming North Glen's newest resident. Eleanor Ruth came last Thursday, and she's great. So we're here in the nursery tonight. Yeah, so she's very excited to be part of North Glen. She had on her I Heart North Glen onesie, but it didn't make it to the meeting today, so now she's in teddy bears. But yes, thank you. Happy to be back.
Yay. Oh, lovely. Councilmember Walker?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Tom Lampa for his kind words and also the other people who came to speak tonight, and look forward to addressing the speeding issues, as there's much that can still be done. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Hello, Mayor. I'd like to apologize. I've been camping and came home with a really nasty cold and thought I would save you all from it. I don't have a lot of communications, but I do have a few. First of all, I'd like to wish Amanda Norcock a very happy birthday. She's the director of our Parks and Recreation Department, and I just want her to have a really good day. I have to thank Tom. He's one of the bright stars from our Monday night meetings. I enjoy his prayers, and they just touch home. I really do enjoy him coming. I would like to also congratulate Megan, although I really wish she would have lifted that baby up so we could all see her. But she'll get, we'll have we'll have Jenny get a hold of you to tell you how it's done, okay? And then I have a proud mother moment that I want to share. I feel the time is appropriate. My son Frank, over a year and a half ago, registered to be a stem cell donor. On October 8th of next month, my son will be donating his stem cell to help save a life. It's been a long process. The person that needs these stem cells has to be completely infection-free for 60 days in order to have this done. And it's been an ongoing process of this person not being able to keep their health up to par. But with God's help and our prayers, this will be a successful transplant. I'm so pleased. This is done all without any monetary rewards. It's just done out of his heart. And I am so proud and could not have raised a better human being. So thank you, Frank. And I think really that's the last that I have. If I could just get a copy of today's 9/11 proclamation signed by the mayor, I would really appreciate it. That would be really nice to go on my wall with everything else. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say first and foremost, we all remember where we were on 9/11 during those attacks. So I want to remember all the lives that were lost and everybody who helped be a hero that day. Excuse me. On August 30th, I attended the Bridge Summit, which had a small conversations around housing, health, shelter, the youth, public support systems, and family. And that was at the Adams County facility on 120th and Pecos. And at the Pete Mireles building, not Morales, Mireles. So he's another former North Glen resident who lived in Ward 2, and he's honored for his contribution. So another Hispanic Heritage Month contribution, as well as also went to Dr. Ramos Law, to his offices to attend the campaign kickoff to re-elect our honorable Mayor Meredith Leidy as mayor of North Glen. And I also attended a kickoff for Adam Nowicki as a candidate for North Glen City Council Ward 2. And I also encourage everybody to register to vote, do your research on each candidate, and make sure you're making an informed decision when you turn in your ballot or voting at the polls. So it's coming soon. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to say that I just got a text from someone who was trying to talk on the phone in the communications time. I don't know if we can do that or not.
Maybe?
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, let's
Should we just
finish.
finish? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I've been kind of busy. I'll try to keep it short. I went to a Public Utilities Commission workshop on August 30th, and they're working on creating an equity framework. So that was very interesting, and that'll just be something that continues on. And then another state presentation on deep geothermal well regulation, and I did forward some information to our city manager from that one. August 31st was the ribbon cutting for Itacate Mexican food. I hope I said that right. Itacate. Anyway, it's very good, and I highly recommend it. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out, do that. It's in that plaza with the AutoZone, but down at the western end. September 6th, I attended the ballot drawing, which is always an interesting thing to do, even though it didn't impact me personally. But I know our city clerk appreciates having witnesses, as many, the more the merrier for that particular event. And then, let's see, September 8th, which was yesterday, no, a couple days ago, I went to a birthday party for a very early resident of North Glen in Ward 3, Vera Jaramillo, and it was her 100th birthday party. So it was very exciting, and she was thrilled to see all the people that came to honor her. And that's it.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll carry on with the theme of 9/11. This morning, Mayor Pro Tem Luke Minhara-Massa and myself attended the North Metro Fire Rescue District 9/11 Memorial Service, which is in Broomfield. And it was very fitting, as you heard earlier, that the steel from the World Trade Center was brought here by Joyce Downing and a number of other people in North Glen. So it was quite fitting to see that artifact, if you will, from that dreadful day. Also, this past weekend was an opportunity to memorialize all the submariners that were lost in the course of the submarine force. And I'd like to give a shout out to American Legion Post 22, which provided the honor guard services. I was there as the VIP senior officer present. And just a factoid, in World War II, the submarine force was about 2 to 3% of the size of the Pacific Fleet. But yet they sunk over 50% of the Japanese merchant and warship in tonnage. So it was a very significant achievement by a very select few, but at huge cost, huge sacrifice. So in the spirit of remembering sacrifice and honoring our veterans, again, I want to thank American Legion Post 22. And then lastly, public service announcement. This was announced at the last DRCOG meeting, but starting here September 2023 through August 2024, there is a RTD campaign, Zero Fare for Youth. So if you're 19 years old or younger, for the next year, you can essentially ride any mode of transport on RTD for free. And I think that's a great thing for our young folk. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to echo everyone's sentiments about 911. By coincidence, we had 2 daughters there in New York City at the moment, and we did not hear from them for several days. We're very worried about them, but to their credit, they showed up with baskets full of food and water for the people that were all looking for their loved ones. It was a very trying time. We had a little get-together today to remind ourselves of how precious life is with what takes place. And the first responders who acted out of service and dedication, you cannot say enough about them. So our daughters are safe and sound in other places just now, but we never forget what took place that moment. I too attended the summit, the Bridge Summit, that was largely put together by Jessica Hossa, who is our Director of Critical Response Unit. I want to extend special kudos to her for bringing off something which was, I think, very masterful for all the people that showed up from all around our great county here, Adams County. Many folks had never even met one another before, so it was kind of gratifying to see the introductions being made and the follow-throughs, hopefully, that will be taking place. And lastly, I just want to shout out to Johanna for another wonderful experience. She's very experienced when it comes to election ballot drawings and being very fair and very objective, and she did it, again, masterfully. So thank you, Johanna. That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem Luke Manhira-Massa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On August 30th, I attended a business walk at Hillcrest Plaza, and it was a wonderful opportunity to connect with business owners in the area, like Fast Signs and other tax places, and the Boardwalk Pizza. There's some really great businesses there. It was great to see and hear that all the businesses are doing really well and thriving, which is what we want to know, what we want to hear. There are some issues on the east side of the parking lot, but, nothing that we haven't heard of before, abandoned shopping carts and some issues with people experiencing homelessness, but they've been resolved and they've been satisfied with our police response. Our Economic Development Director is also working with the businesses and the business owners as well to continue to talk about those issues. I also had a meeting with Jay Renkins from MIG for the Civic Center parking planning, as all of us have. So that was good conversation, and I just want to say thank you to the city for setting that up and making sure that our voices on council are heard and our constituents' voices, that all of the issues that we are hearing about parking and the current senior center, rec center, theater, and the future Civic Center campus are being addressed. So thank you for that. I also attended the Bridge Summit, and kudos to Jessica. She did an amazing job to have that many stakeholders from different entities across regionally is pretty incredible and pretty unheard of. I haven't been in a room with that many city council members and staff members and PD and chiefs from so many different municipalities, except at like a CML conference. So that was really great. On September 5th, I attended the Youth Commission meeting, and I do have an update and a request for City Council from the Youth Commission regarding their budget. As we heard a couple of weeks ago, they were requesting what was thought to be an amount of $2,000 for their youth addiction project. When I attended the meeting, there was some discussion in terms of who was communicating with whom about the project, and so they considered whether it would be an individual project with the Youth Commissioner Suyash by himself, or if it would be an entire Youth Commission project. They discussed it and they decided to adopt it as one of their public health projects. But after very good discussion and looking at their budget, they decided that for this year, they can use the remaining part of their budget, and that for next year, they do not need $2,000. They are requesting an amount of $500 because they figured out they can get resources through their schools and other manners. So my request is, as the liaison to the Youth Commission, since there really isn't time for them to do a presentation and request it and discussion at the meeting, that it would be considered that they have a $500 budget and not a $2,000 budget as originally requested. So I'm not sure how that has to, will that come up later? But
I think it would be appropriate, Mayor Pro Tem, to bring it up during the budget discussion, at which point we'll look for feedback from council.
Okay, great. So everybody has a heads up on that. I attended the CML District 3 meeting in Lone Tree on September 6th, and we are in District 3. There's 14 other cities in that district. I couldn't name them all, but it was a great opportunity to connect with other council members and hear what issues they are having in their cities, as well as which projects they are having. So I was very proud to talk about our City Hall project and Prost. So that was my, my information for everyone. Other than that, we talked a little bit about the upcoming legislation session, legislative session, which is something that we will all keep an eye on closely. I also attended the first CML Executive Board meeting on Friday, September 8th. We spent a lot of time talking about Proposition HH, as well as upcoming legislation and potential legislation surrounding land use zoning issues. SB 213, of course, was the big issue last year, and we are expecting that that will probably come forward into several different types of bills. So that's something that we will all keep an eye on, that I will report out on. I will explain a little bit more, but CML did take an opposition stance on Proposition HH, and that will be official in the next coming days. That will segue into my legislative update in a minute. I also attended the 9/11 memorial this morning, and thank you to North Metro Rescue Fire Department and Broomfield, City and County of Broomfield, for hosting that. I was very honored to have this proclamation today because I've been really anxious for everyone to know the history of North Glen obtaining that piece of steel that is now in the Broomfield Memorial, because there are families of victims that go to that memorial every year, and for them, that is a deep connection to have on some level. It's a very sad connection, but it is something that they can be there and feel connected to their lost ones. I attended the North Glen High School STEM prototype for the Business Appreciation event that's coming up in October 17th with the Business Retention and Expansion Committee. These kids are brilliant. The types of prototypes that they have are making it very difficult for us to choose a winner. These are the kids that will have their centerpieces featured during the business event, and they're brilliant. These kids are just great. So still, Mom, I don't think the winner will be announced until tomorrow, but I'm very excited to hear about that. And then last but not least, I believe today we had our legislative committee session, and we discussed which position we would take on HH. And given the information we got from CML, the legislative committee also decided to take an opposition stance for HH, and that will be coming forward in a couple of weeks for discussion through a resolution. So that will be the time where I can give a lot more information, because it is very complicated, but basically it usurps local authority and local control, prohibits us from retaining tax revenues, which we need. And there are issues for our residents as well that they need to be aware of. For example, that it will affect their Tabor refunds. So the balance of what their property tax relief could be versus their Tabor refunds is something to consider, what the gain is. So more information coming forward in a couple of weeks on that. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, so many celebrations. So congrats once again to Megan and her family.
Congrats, sorry.
Oh, goodness. Like we do want to see a little bit of that baby soon, but that's just a lovely thing. So welcome to North Glen, baby Eleanor. And then also I got to spend some time with Vera and her family at her birthday party as well. I think I missed, Catherine must have, but it was just lovely to meet her. 100 is a big deal, so that was very fun. I also attended the Ridge Summit, and I just wanted to thank again staff for putting that on. That was really North Glen led, and there was so many hours of work that went into that, and it was a brilliant event, well organized, and just loved every minute of it. Really happy that we took extra time tonight to talk about 9/11 and, as Mayor Pro Tem said, elevating the part that North Glen played, even if it was a small one, to bring a piece of that to Colorado. I had the opportunity to go to the 9/11 Museum in New York in March, and that is something I think everyone should do. It was the most incredible thing, more than just the reflecting pools, but really going in and spending time in the museum. You could spend hours there. And I really loved being able to take my daughter, and as we walked through, she had a very different experience because, as some of the adults have said, hey, we remember when. And she was like, Mom, I wasn't born yet. I was like, what? I'm sorry, what? Like, that's real, right? And so it was even more important to take her through that it was even more important for us to teach it in our schools because it's a critical piece of our history. So, yes. Okay, I see that Councilmember Brown has her hand up.
I do. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your work with the Youth Commission, and I appreciate everything that you and the Youth Commission are going to do with this, and I know you're going to be so successful. Thank you very much.
Got it, Becky.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot a couple of things. I also attended the Bridge Summit, but I noticed in the North Glen Thornton Sentinel on September 7th, this last week, that there was a letter to the editor by a former North Glen resident, I guess I would say. And she starts off by saying that, I recently attended my class reunion for the graduates of North Glen High School in 1973. I moved away from Colorado in 1987 and have lived in Portland, Oregon since then. I was so happy to see how well North Glen has managed its astounding growth in the past 40 years. I was especially pleased to tour the new North Glen Recreation Center. In 1976, I was one of the first people hired as aquatic staff at the former center when it was brand new. And she goes on to talk about her North Glen High School and other things going on in District 12. But in closing, I'll read, I would like to say a heartfelt thank you to the citizens of North Glen, Colorado. My sister, Sandra Douglas, 1964 to 2005, would have benefited from the opportunities that are now available through our rec center. Sandy had Down syndrome. In closing, I would like to say a heartfelt thank you. I'm sorry, I just lost my place. I had a wonderful childhood and youth when my family moved to the Perlmutter Daisy Estates in 1959 or 1960. Times may have changed, but a piece of my heart will always stay on that hill overlooking the Rockies and Denver. And I think that she was, I kind of skipped over because I didn't want to take too long, but she was praising the accessibility features in our rec center and programs for people with disabilities. So I just, sometimes we hear negative things about our city and complaints, but it's always good to hear something positive from one of our residents. So I want to thank Sarah and, yeah.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem, your hand's back.
My hand is back up. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I forgot, and I feel it's important because I'm really proud of North Glen, but the Colorado Municipal League, CML, is considering North Glen as a potential host for the spring or fall district meetings. So I just wanted to throw that out, that I feel like we are a really great center for regional collaboration, and it just makes me very proud. Whether it happens or not, that's still up in the air, because I know there's a lot of things that need to happen. But I thought that was important to mention. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk Small.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no reports tonight.
City Manager Guyer.
I have three things, Mayor and Council. The first is, last year was the first year that we did the 9/11 Day of Service, and it was acknowledged in the proclamation this evening, but we did see a significant increase in participation, so I wanted to draw attention to the level of participation that we saw this year. 16 individuals picked up bags for park and trail projects. Allegro Coffee helped with the Pecos Street entrance at Northwest Open Space. ICREM Electrical School helped with the Farmers Highline Canal area between Malley Drive and E.B. Rains Memorial Park for cleanup. City staff helped with the Kennedy Street entrance to Northwest Open Space along with former councilmember Julie Duran-Mollica. And then the streets crew has been working on the same entrance at Northwest Open Space as well. So that was a pretty significant increase in participation. So hopefully this program will only continue to grow in future years. Something new that I thought I would share, we recognize long-term employment through service awards on a quarterly basis. So tonight I'm going to read the names of the 25 years of service, 40 years of service, and 45 years of service employees, because alone, those are significant years of service, but collectively, very significant. For 25 years of service, we have Sheila Berkey, a court clerk in our municipal court department. Karen Carrillo, a fitness instructor, certified fitness instructor in Parks, Recreation, and Culture. For 40 years of service, Teresa Terry Panetta, she's an administrative technician in Public Works. And then Marcia Conan, 45 years of service. She is an administrative assistant also in Public Works. So just wanted to give them a shout out and kudos for their loyalty and commitment to North Glen. It's very significant. And then the other years of service recipients, you'll see those in the biweekly city manager report. The other last piece, and if you want me to hold off and go to Corey and then come back to me, you can, would be to provide a council an update. Okay. So the next piece is Councilmember Walker had sent an email to council requesting that I provide additional information, on the issues surrounding Intrepid. Intrepid is the company that's doing the fiber build out for T-Mobile. So there's three names: T-Mobile, Intrepid, and then Congruex. Congruex is, I guess you can consider a subcontractor of Intrepid. So we have had some challenges, to say the least, with proper notifications being given, lack of quality restoration, overall lack of respect for private property in the city during this initial phase of their build-out work. They plan to do an additional year worth of build-out, taking us into next summer. So I did, and I'll, Joanna, do you mind putting that at the end of the dais and rotating it? So a few things. I met with the city attorney and with Kent Kisselman, our director of public works, and Jason Loveland, our interim deputy city manager, this morning to talk about the latest incident that unfortunately Councilmember Nick Walker experienced on Saturday morning. Nick Walker had reached out to me to let me know the situation was occurring, and I connected him with our contact for Congruex, and I had just sent council an update about a meeting that had occurred on August 30th, last Friday. And when Kent and I were in that meeting with Intrepid and Congruex representatives, it was an overall positive meeting, and we talked about specific things related to the use of door hangers, which at that point they had indicated they were doing. And it became evident on Saturday that those weren't provided. Councilmember Walker did not receive a door hanger, nor did his fellow residents. They had asked if we could do a landing page on the city website to make it more accessible for residents to know who to contact if there are complaints. And that's something that I do have in motion with Diana Wilson, our Director of Communications, and I had included that in the email to City Council. They had mentioned signage, and I did receive feedback, and I encouraged them, signage is a good thing. I did receive feedback after I sent that email to council on Friday. Mayor Pro Tem shared pictures of signage that they had along 104th, which was quite small signage, really hard to identify who is sharing this information. And that feedback has been relayed to Intrepid. And then we also discussed the number of complaints. And so in that meeting, Jeff Polachek, who's the chief construction officer, that the letter is directed to as well, because he signed off on the license agreement. He indicated at that meeting that they had received maybe about 25 complaints or inquiries, not all complaints. And maybe 7 of those were related to lack of notice and issues with restoration. They did at that meeting indicate that they did have issues, quality control issues with one subcontractor on restoration, and they assured me that they had addressed that. So I was very direct with them, and I believe our Public Works Director can attest to my level of directness, that my expectation was that this type of issue that, take a step back, Mayor Pro Tem had experienced where two workers had jumped the fence behind her house, did not provide door hangers, did not provide notice. So that was an incident that prompted me to reach out to higher levels of management within Intrepid, which led to the August 30th meeting. So, a couple of things. Council has a few options. There's a letter drafted in front of you that I put together and Corey's reviewed it. This letter puts Intrepid on notice that we're considering a default on their license agreement. We can talk about the specifics of the license agreement in a minute, but this is a notification of, because of these incidents, we're putting you on notice. And it invites Intrepid to come in and talk to council on September 25th. This is, actually did that outreach this afternoon. I was able to connect with Jeff and make him aware that there are significant concerns, and I communicated to him that what happened was exactly what I told them could not happen at that August 30th meeting, and it's not acceptable. And he agrees. And so he agreed to come in on September 25th if council wants to continue to move forward with that, and have Intrepid do a presentation on what steps they're going to take to address the concerns that we've seen in terms of failure to really adhere to the elements of the license agreement. Specifically, a key piece of it is that 48 hours prior to construction notification. That's built into the license agreement. So even though we walked out of that August 30th meeting with the understanding that they would be providing door hangers, they did not follow through on that with the Fox Run area specific to where Councilmember Walker lives in, and I did confirm that. Kent Kisselman did have staff go out and spot check a couple other areas today that we know they're working in, and my understanding is they have put door hangers up. I did send council an email of examples of the two different types of door hangers that they're using, that they should be putting an Intrepid door hanger, that's the greenish one, and then the 48 hours before construction, they should be sharing the Congruex door hanger. I also shared an example of a sign that they've just created that I think has good content. I referred Jeff to Brooke Savoda, Planning Director, so that way they can make sure that the signs are within sign code standards. And then placement is done in locations that are outside of our city right-of-way, because we have the ability to pull those signs. They're not allowed in the city right-of-way. And really, the purpose is to notify residents that construction's taking place. And so they really need to be putting signs, knocking on doors and putting signs in residents' yards, so that way they know the construction's happening. So this is one option of a path forward. And I'll stop there, answer any questions, and Corey can help respond to questions specific to the actual license agreement itself.
So I have a quick question. Thank you for sending me the door hanger, for sending all of us the door hanger examples. So I believe I did get the Congruex, the red and black one. So I guess I just want to push a little further, because this doesn't tell me what they did. This does not say we're going to be digging in your yard and we're going to block your driveway for 2 days and we're not going to move and we're going to lounge in your front yard. and have a picnic, that's not what this says, right? This makes it sound like, hey, we're just gonna swing by, do a little something and leave. It does not talk about the impact of residents, and it says our goal is to provide as little disruption to residents as possible. They have not done that, door hanger or not. They're not following through with what the door hanger states. So, and after repeated complaints, I was very disappointed to hear from, not because I don't like to hear from Councilmember Walker, but I was just unhappy that he had an experience after so many conversations had already taken place. So that's where, while I appreciate that they're like, hey, we did put this on everyone's door, this does not describe the experience residents are having. And the other thing is, a lot of residents are talking to us personally as we're walking the dog. They're not commenting, they're not emailing, they're not reaching out. I don't think people are understanding how many residents are upset. If they're only taking into account that, I mean, yeah, we've got 3 council members that were directly impacted that I know of, if not 4 with Councilmember Brown, so 4. So they're not doing that on purpose, I guarantee you. So they're upsetting more people if 4 council members are the ones bringing it forward. So I'm still concerned about this, door hanger or not, because they're not holding up their agreement. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, and Ms. Heather, thank you for reaching out and being our voice and taking my email. I did want to echo what the mayor said. I did get that red door hanger, but that was, and forgive me, a month, 6 weeks ago. It was a long time ago. Anywhere in that 48 hour, and I still have never seen that green one until you provided it to us tonight. And I just want to bring some clarification from the email I sent out. I am in no way in favor of stopping this and having them pull out. What I would just like to see is some common courtesy given to our residents and the respect that they deserve through this project. I know it's not going to be without speed bumps, but there have been far too many, and they just keep happening. So thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
I have concerns. I understand, Councilmember Walker, what you said about not wanting to stop work, but I think there has to be a real harsh comeback. I mean, the 29th is 2 weeks away, and I've read the emails that came through. I saw the pictures that Councilmember Walker had supplied. I have supplied previous pictures of Claude Court and situations that were happening there when we were at CML. I noticed that they said they were going to have a professional landscaper or landscaping business go out and repair the property. That doesn't address my problems over here on Claude Court. So I want to make sure that we keep those in the forefront too. They did replace the One Homes mailbox. Well, they took it and they put it back up. So I'll put it that way. But it is widespread. And if if it hasn't happened to you yet, as far as my fellow council people, it will happen as soon as they get really ingrained in your neighborhood. The 29th is 2 weeks away. Half of me, the little girl in me says, I want him to stop right now. The adult in me and the good neighbor in me says, I don't want to see any more occurrences before the 29th when they get here. I will tell you that I have a ring video of them walking by a house and throwing the door hanger on the porch. Sure, it was left there, but what do you think happened when the wind picked up? They didn't get a notification. I actually had mine thrown, and I sit here and work all day from home into my planter. So I understand subcontracting. I understand the whole basis. They can't be responsible. But if they can't play by the rules and be respectful of our residents, like you said, then they can't play. I would like to see the email go out sooner than later, or the letter go out sooner than later. I don't want to drag this along. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you so much. I just want to offer a clarification, and sorry to cut in front of those others. I didn't say I was not in favor of stopping work. I don't. I'm not in favor of totally kicking them off the project at this point. But if we need to, to give them a chance to get their stuff together, that's kind of more of what I was saying for stopping the work if we need to. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councilmember Long?
My question goes to clarification. I've had XL Energy put gas line markers up and down the lawns with yellow flags up and down. And I don't know if this is meant for the fiber optics folks to know where they are. My neighborhood all around about, they're all coming to me saying, what are the yellow flags for? Can I collect these? Can I put them away? What are they there for?
Yeah, no, don't collect them.
No, we're not gonna.
Yeah, anybody can call for locates. It could be a resident, it could be a contractor. Sometimes they do design locates, and so we get the 811 notifications. And if it impacts us directly, like we need to go locate the traffic signal, the water line, the sewer line, then we do so, because that's the service that we provide to 811. If it's gas, electric, fiber, any of Comcast, any of those other utilities, those are done by outside sources. It's the same locate ticket, but we as the city of Northglenn take care of our utilities. So if we don't know who or what may have triggered the locate.
It's about gas lines.
Okay. So gas is the same thing. That's a utility that's not the city of Northglenn. So we don't know who's calling for a gas line locate. When we're doing our own projects, let's just say 120th, for example, our contracts are required to do a locate. And if their sub is going to do work, their sub is also required to do a locate. Anybody that's doing work for that is required to get their own locate to protect themselves. If somebody's working in your area and they need the utility, they're working on a utility, they call the 811, and they're gonna come out, everybody who is on the ticket is gonna come out and locate the utilities.
I was just wondering if this is related to this fiber optic issue
I
or
have
not.
I have no knowledge of, I don't know. I couldn't tell you without pulling all the 811 locate tickets that we have, and we get, I think the last time I checked with Jeff, we get like 90 a day. And like 4 of those are applicable to Northglenn. So we clear the tickets that are Northglenn, that we do, and then the other, let's just say in this example, 86, we disregard because they don't impact us. Does that answer your question?
Not really. We don't know if they're related or not.
I don't. I mean, I couldn't tell you. You could email me the address,
Well,
and I
we
could
received no
have.
notice. It's up and down our blocks. I don't know if it's hit.
So can I,
Anyway.
Sure.
I just want to jump in, Councilmember Long, because I had a very similar experience. So I called Excel, they came out to do a stump thing. That was a different experience, number one. They do knock on the door, they do make an appointment, they do let you know they're showing up. And so all of that happened, and then the next day, my entire neighborhood was hit with the yellow flags. And they are not the same thing. There's no way that my stump caused yellow flags in like 3 blocks and I mean, I do believe it's them. I guess my question is, how come we don't know? Because I feel like the city should
There's
know.
also Lumen
Yes.
is doing work as well, and they're not required to do a right-of-way permit, correct, Kent? Like
Yeah.
Intrepid. So we know with Intrepid, because they have a license agreement to do work in the city, and they have to provide us 30-day notification in advance of the areas that they're working in. They are doing that, but the disconnect with Intrepid is they're not notifying residents, and we're not notifying residents on behalf of Intrepid. That's Intrepid's responsibility. So when you've got Intrepid doing work, you've got Lumen in different areas doing work for CenturyLink, and then you've got Excel doing work too. There's a lot of activity in our rights of way right now. So it's a lot to try to keep track of just Intrepid's work. And then, like Kent explained, in terms of they get the 811 requests. And so there is awareness about Intrepid, but because there's a connection to the license agreement, but not all utilities will we know about.
And they'll do them in advance because, and then, let's just say in your instance, or this instance, they'll do the locates, they'll call for the locates, maybe 2-3 weeks in advance. And then as they get closer to do the work, they'll call for a refresh, and the same utility companies will come out and just refresh. Because if they're doing large areas like blocks, then it takes time for all those utility providers to schedule and get time to come out there. So, Comcast may come on Tuesday and we may not get out there until Thursday, and so they happen at different times, and then eventually they all come together and there's one locate ticket that shows all the utilities that were located. In most locates that we do, we'll say, we're gonna be working from street X to street Y, we need that located, like an emergency brake. When we have an emergency brake, we cannot start digging until the locates are cleared. So then we call in for emergency locates, and that's mandatory that they have to show up within, 4 or 5 hours. So then they come out and we say, well, what's the area? And we have to give them limits to where they do the locates, because they look at their maps online and they come out and that's what they mark up. But on, again, some of these design ones, these look-ahead ones, they come out and they'll cover the area, so to say. And then, if the flags get pulled or removed, then before they start to work, again, it's their responsibility, whomever it is, the people working in the right-of-way, our contractors, a contractor that you may hire, it's their responsibility to make sure that the locates are either refreshed or cleared. And that's for all contractors that have license in the city of North Glen.
So I have a wondering, and it's probably not a tonight solution, but can we get more information about this? Because this is aside from Intrepid and this company, I guess I am now concerned that we don't have answers. So when a resident says, hey, where'd all these flags come from? Can I take them out? And we're like, we don't know, but don't take them out. That I don't think that's a good idea. And this has never been my experience, and I've shared this with Heather, but between the yellow and the red and the white and the green and the hot pink and the blue, there's literally hot pink. Something, we have to know what this is. We have to be able to say, hey, that's what these colors mean. This is the work happening in your neighborhood. Because the residents should be able to ask and we should be able to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just wondering if this is another conversation
I'd be
in
happy.
the future.
Yeah, I mean, if council would like us to, and you provide me direction as such, we can do a study session on right-of-way work and what's involved with utility locates. Here's what you need to know as a resident. Happy to put something together that's really foundational so residents understand. I mean, the other piece of it is there are easements, invisible lines that run across everyone's properties. And that's the connection here. Intrepid has permission, access. Council granted them access to these easements through the agreement. So you see utility colors, so red means gas, except electric, sorry.
Yeah.
What's gas, Ken?
Yellow.
Yellow. Thank you.
It's fiber.
So you have those, and that's how they know where to dig and where not to dig. But residents don't realize that when you look at a sidewalk, you see the street, then you have the 3 to 4 feet of sidewalk, and then you have your yard. There's easements that run typically across that front part of your yard, run across your yard. So in my backyard, I've got the gas, I've got the electric, I've got the Comcast, and running across my backyard in terms of utility easement. So when locates are done, that's what they're doing. They're telling the companies, here's what's under the ground. So I'm happy to work with Kent and pull something together to help provide education around that.
I think communication to residents would be helpful because I did hear something, right? When you're talking about easements, it's like, well, they're in my actual yard and you're saying there's an easement, and they're like, well, then why do I need to shovel that if it's not mine? That's the public right of way, right? So we're saying different things. I think we just need to communicate, like, and just say, hey, this is what's happening in the city. This is what the colors mean. This is the work that's coming your way. Because there's so many questions. And then on top of that, when you get a contractor that's not doing the job well, it just makes it 10 times better. We would still have a bunch of questions if the work was happening with no trouble. Right? If everyone was like, oh, they're coming to dig a hole in my front yard and they're going to destroy my flower bed. But they're gonna put a pretty plastic cap on it, so I shouldn't be mad. I mean, that's kind of what they're saying, but they're not saying it that clearly. And it also sounds like we have a lot of work overlapping, and I just wish we could answer it, because it's hard to say, I don't know, when I feel like we should. So, I don't know. Councilmember Long, that help or not help?
No, you did, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lukman Haramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I am very concerned, as mentioned before, because the workers did jump my back fence, which faces the northwest open space, and they were definitely in the middle of my yard, whatever the easement is or not. And I clearly have signs that say, beware of the dog. So, and I was home. There was absolutely no door hangers put on. I even checked my Ring cameras, and I asked my husband, did you throw something away? And he's like, what are you accusing me of? So there were absolutely no door hangers, no information, no knock on the front door. And I just happened to realize somebody was out there. I was in the hall when I hear my dog going ballistic. She was terrified and also anxious, as dogs will be when strangers just jump in your backyard. And my elderly mother was there at the same time. So I'm just very concerned that this could happen without any notification, plus all of the digging up of the yards. So to back what Councilmember Walker was saying, yes, I definitely think that they need to be held accountable. And if a couple of weeks gives them a chance to get some stuff together, that's fine. But I mean, what they did was dangerous. My dog could have bit them, possibly. Having two strangers jump in the yard, they were behind the trees, so I couldn't even see any logo on their truck, and their clothing had no identification too. So that's part of what they need to fix as well, is to clearly identify who you are before you do something like that. It's a safety issue for them and for the residents, I think, with dogs. So if they need a couple of weeks, I'm hesitant because I feel like there's been warnings and there's been good faith outreach. But if that's what council wants, then I'll go with it. But I do think that we need a little bit more enforcement behind it, because it's just gotten out of control. It's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Oh, thank you. First of all, Councilmember Long, I met with Excel, and what they told me was that they were putting all their markings on the streets, and there is a color format to it, because they left a big giant hole on a couple of my streets. So I did meet with them about that, and the fact that we didn't have any notification. Just so you know, I just wanted you to know. Heather, what is the easement? Is it 18 inches? Is it 36 inches in your front yard?
It depends.
The easement can vary. A good rule of thumb is if you have streetlights on your street, usually you can look down and the streetlights are typically, again, as you're saying, 18 to 24 to 36 inches back. And so you can get a line of sight, or I don't know that there's any more telephone poles, but that's another kind of indicator. They usually put those right on the line, but that shows you usually where that line is. Fire hydrant, a water meter, your water meter pit, those are all things that
that's easy.
Should be in the utility easement. And the utility easement isn't just for the city of North Glen, it's for everybody.
I tried to find it in the UDO. Yeah. But I couldn't find anything that really clarified for me what that actual distance was?
It would be more on like plating, so like on your deed, it would probably show.
It will be in your title work, and I know that people don't typically go and look at their title work that they get when they acquire their property, but there is either a plat or what's known as an improvement location certificate or some other document that will outline where the easements are on your property relative to your lot. The information Kent gave is good markers, but ultimately those are the documents that will tell you where the utilities are allowed to be. And, you know, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I would be stunned if there was an easement going through the middle of her backyard. They are typically on the edge of the properties, oftentimes on the back for many of the common utilities, telecom, gas, electric. Kent identified where they might be relative to water meters, relative to streetlights, but the best place to do is if you still have your title work to look at the description of your legal lot of record. Those easements also show up a description in words on what are known as the B2 exceptions on your title commitment. And so you can actually see which easements are located on your property if you still have your title commitment and your title report when you acquired your property.
Well, I'm sure mine is nice and old and yellowed since we've lived here over 25 years, but I'll have to look it up. The reason that I asked the question about the easement is that I noticed in one of Councilmember Walker's pictures, the actual construction and the dropping of the box, and it may even be the one that's in his front yard, is diagonal instead of in a straight form. So in my mind, and of course, now that I have this other information, I guess Councilmember Walker can look for me and solve my curiosity, is with it being crooked, at some point you would think it's exceeding the easement. And then I would question why it was crooked. So that was my concern, and just hoping for an easy answer. But I understand there is no easy answer to this question.
And Councilmember Brown, I will just use the property I own as an example, has a 15-foot utility easement. And so through the back. And so in that area, there can be any number of easements. And so it is not uncommon to have that wide of an easement. The fact that they may not be in that entire area, that is a fairly common width of a public utility easement.
Okay.
And I believe in the picture that I saw, it was a corner, so it was going around the corner. So I mean, that would carry on, you know, if you took the back a walk and you just made that invisible line all around the property, even if it turns the corner. So if it was set diagonally, and those things that they're putting in now in this particular instance is a pull box. In Fox Run, they already did all the underground boring and stuff. So what they were doing beginning on Saturday, or maybe before that, was going back to these individual homes in the neighborhood and putting in a pull box, kind of the controller for the area. So again, that was the conversation that I had with Tim again this morning, you know, and we verified, you know, this afternoon of what their work, and, you know, again, doesn't matter if you notified before, you need to notify again that work is being performed at a particular home, so.
And then I just want to make one more comment about the flags, and then I'm done. Although I think it's a brilliant marketing tool, we also do have a landscaping business going out and putting flags that look just like the XL and the any flag you can think of in the yards. And when you get down and you look at it, it's actually for their landscaping business. It's yellow. So I think it's an awesome marketing tool because originally it drew my attention to it. But I'll have to show it to you, Heather, because right now with all these signs and flags that we're getting on our yards, it just gets a little confusing.
Sure, happy to look at it.
So I have a question for council because I'm looking at your email, Heather, and you're saying that you have invited them to come to council, and I'm wondering what that's gonna look like.
So I've invited, well, do you want me to respond or were you?
Yeah.
Okay. Just don't want to misspeak. I've invited The thinking is we put them on notice. The team comes on September 25th. That's providing them a good couple week notice. So I shared that with Jeff today, and he's committed to being here, and will bring other team members. They make a presentation to council on all of these different pieces in response to our concerns, and talk about how they've addressed the deficiencies in terms of not meeting the obligations under their license agreement. So process for door hangers, again, they told me the issue was fixed. When I had a meeting with them on August 30th in Kent, the issue wasn't fixed. At that meeting, I failed to mention earlier that I had brought up visible logos. So is your staff wearing, are the staff invisible, with visible logos on T-shirts, the trucks? They're working on that, and Jeff told me today they'll have that vendor branding done by the 22nd of September, so next week. Then the signage, and then information on number of complaints. And this is really them coming in and speaking with council, is an opportunity for them to hear from all of you. I had that meeting with them on August 30th, and on the city's behalf, communicated very clearly what was of concern to us, and it continued to happen. And so I think it's an appropriate step for council to take in terms of having them come in and speak with all of you. And then if council isn't satisfied with what you hear, we can move forward with drawing up the documentation to go ahead and provide them official notice that we're official notice of default on the license agreement. And Corey can talk about mechanics related to that.
Let me take a step back. The agreement that council negotiated with Intrepid required some additional provisions beyond our right-of-way ordinance. And if I were to summarize it, it is not only the 48 hours advance notice, but meaningful notification. And that clearly is not occurring. So from where I sit, having them come in on the 25th is important to, number one, remind them of their obligation. Number two, have them understand what council's understanding of what meaningful notice means. And frankly, number three, if they continue to be deficient, that gives me the information I need to, on your behalf, be able to provide a more meaningful notice of default that they are in violation of the terms and conditions of their master license, which is the agreement you negotiated. So I do think it's important to have them appear before you, not only to adhere to the contract, but frankly, to give them the information they need to prevent this agreement from potentially going into default.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Walker, did you have anything?
No, ma'am. I kind of want to hear what council has to say on this.
Anybody else want to weigh in? Councilmember Goff?
Well, I haven't. I feel like I should. Boy, when they came forward, do this request, there were years, hard to remember what all the details.
It was last year,
Oh, last year,
September.
okay, well, still, that's a long time for me. I was just wondering if there's some way we could maybe get that documentation in, that we could look it over. And I feel like this has gone back and forth quite a bit, and that we need to kind of take it to the next level. So, but, have them come, send this letter and have them come, whatever it is, and then go from there.
The letter would go out tomorrow, and then this is definitely taking it to the next level.
Can you clarify, so in what way? Because the letter, maybe I'm just reading it wrong. So it's just a letter, I don't know. Can you clarify how it's the next level? Because it doesn't feel like it to me.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
because we are trying to frankly get information to be able to provide a notice of default if necessary. And to the extent that there is any ambiguity on the nature of the 48-hour notice in the master agreement, this will absolutely address that and provide council's understanding of what meaningful notice means. So in the event they continue to be deficient, we have additional basis for that default notice.
And this is technically the second time, because the first time I elevated this was in the email that I forwarded to council today when I highlighted the yellow part, where I said if this doesn't, in essence, if this doesn't get fixed, we're gonna exercise our rights under the agreement. So I already said, if you don't figure this out, this could happen. You can default. We're saying it a second time, you have an opportunity to come in and talk with council and really get this right.
Councilmember Kondo, any thoughts?
Yeah, I had my hand raised and I lowered it because I'm
okay.
in violent agreement with Dr. Goff. I think that, it's like in baseball, you get 3 strikes and you're out. So this is potentially strike 2. And so I am in total agreement with sending this email/letter, as well as supportive of having them come in on the 25th to explain themselves.
Great. Anyone not in agreement with that course of action? No, we're good. Okay.
Can you not like baseball?
Right? I'm okay with it. I kind of wish it came with a 2-week halt and that they don't get to work until they come talk to us.
We're not able to do that under the
I know.
agreement, so.
I just wish we could. Because I feel like this is a little bit like a small slap on the wrist, but not anything that I'm afraid they're going to take seriously.
I can verbally share that with Jeff when I talk to him tomorrow and clearly communicate the dissatisfaction by council based on this conversation. So while I can't technically execute on that via the agreement, I can tell them that.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All of that for the city manager's update.
Longest communication ever. That's all I have. Thank you.
Corey, what do you have?
I think I've said enough.
Okay. All right, where are we? Ooh, Jason is with us. Interim Deputy City Manager will provide the July 2023 financial report. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This is our interim financial report through July. I'll try to keep this pretty quick and touch on sales and use tax to start. Year to date through July, sales and use tax is up 4% compared to 2022. Within that number, sales tax specifically is up 3.6%. Food tax is up 11.5%. Auto use tax continues to be positive, it's up just under 8%. And then the marijuana tax is down about 12.5%, as we've been seeing for the last several months. So no real changes to any of the sales and sales tax numbers or individual categories for the city. Touching on the general fund, revenues first. Let's take a look at total revenues are just over $19.6 million, and that is up 1.5% compared to the prior year. A couple areas to note, use tax and then licenses and permits. Those are both down over 20% due to the one-time nature of construction that we saw in 2022. Specifically in licenses and permits, right-of-way permits, which is amazing considering the conversation we just had. Building and electrical permits are down about $340,000 just in that one line item for the year. Overall, though, nothing out of the ordinary, a lot of positive growth. Charges for services driven by the recreation center, up about 25% when we take a look at that line. So while not necessarily exceeding performance expectations through July, revenues are overall up for the year in that fund. On the expense side, taking a look at page 3 of the report. So we're 58% of the way through the year. And our spending rate, kind of in that middle column, we're at a spend rate of 52%. So we're in line with our overall spending. You'll see on the right side, percent differences from year to year for individual departments. A couple things to note, planning and development is actually showing reduced spending of 9%. That ties directly to the reduced revenue and licenses and permits, since we outsource to Safe Built, and we get charged those fees through a purchase services line item for technical services. That's down $129,000 on their spending. So that's why that one category shows that they're down on spending year over year and correlates directly to the revenue that we're seeing as well. In the legislative budget is up 16%. Professional services, so legal services are driving that up slightly, and then training for council is also up compared to the prior year. City manager department showing an increase of 18%. A lot of that is due to staffing, and so an increase in staffing year over year. The crew division specifically is up about $100,000 when compared to the prior year. Other big categories, Parks, Recreation, and Culture is up 20%. $281,000 is for salaries and benefits, as we have more staffing being actually placed and in place according to the planned budget. And then there's also capital expenditure increase year over year of over $100,000. And then $200,000 for the fire mitigation work that Parks is doing. So that explains those increases on the large side. Public Works also had an increase over 10% year over year. Capital expenditures are up a couple $100,000, and utilities, as we've talked about, are up 10-15% there. So overall expenditures are up 10%. But again, in line with the budget overall and our cycle of spending through the year. Jumping to the water fund, total revenues of $7.1 million and expenditures on the operating side of 8.2. Revenue is down just over 7%. Consumption is down over 21% on the year, so we're seeing in that kind of that top line, water charges being down 27%. That's also inclusive of water tap fees being down $700,000 with the development of Carl's Farm occurring in 2022. So with the tap fees being down and consumption being down, that fund is taking a pretty large hit year over year, being down over $500,000 through July. Overall spending, nothing to report in the water fund that's noteworthy. Skip ahead to the wastewater fund. Wastewater revenues of just under $3.3 million and expenditures just over 3.1. Tap fees are down $223,000 on that top line of wastewater charges. But overall showing kind of a flat growth in those charges for the year. Operating expenditures being below 58% at 39.5 is a good measure for where we are on our operations. And then capital outlay with various projects that are detailed further in the report. And then our debt service expenditures at this point through the year, that is interest only that has been paid in June. Page 6, the stormwater fund, total revenues of $363,000 and expenditures of $173,000. That top line on revenue, stormwater charges, again, tap fees driving that down is a year over year comparison. That was $38,000 greater last year due to tap fees. So overall, pretty flat on the revenue side. Investment earnings across all of the funds, I didn't touch on this, but just generally speaking, are all up significantly due to the market on our fixed income exposure, going from 1% to 2% returns to 4% to 5% returns. We're seeing significant increases there. And last fund tonight that we'll talk about is the sanitation fund. Total revenues just over 1 million and expenditures of 1.1 million. You'll see overall sanitation revenues up just over 5%. You'll see some increase in recycling revenue of 150%. That's equivalent to $12,000. So all in all, a large percentage, but dollar-wise, it's a pretty minimal increase. And then on the spending side, solid waste collections, first line item, the cost to recycle has increased significantly. It's up $57,000. Increases to fuel and then just vehicle maintenance and repairs is really why the collection rate is at 58%, which again is in line with the budget, but it's one of the only funds that you see that is actually kind of on track, being consistent month over month on the spending side. And then skipping ahead to page 11 is the tax collected by geographic code. You'll see within the city, we have added the out-of-state to the top line, so that's not necessarily a geographic code in the city, but we are keeping track of it. You'll see overall kind of the changes year over year. Overall, in the geographic area, revenue's flat. And you'll take note of some of the larger areas that are down. Did want to highlight, we've talked about the marijuana tax being down 12.5%. Pretty much each of those areas holds a license for marijuana and does sales in those areas. So Huron Crossing, Irma, Washington Point, and Maui all have some impact from that industry being down, and then are reflected here on that report. So I just wanted to make note of that. And I'm happy to answer any questions on July's report, and we'll talk more about numbers later on tonight, so.
Okay, Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jason, if you can go back to page 4. Maybe I missed this. Other financing sources, uses, 3.749. Okay, what was that exactly?
Oh, that was the, oh goodness. So it's $3.75 million one-time sale that we did, and I am totally blanking on the actual terms, but it was a water lease agreement.
Okay.
Sale that we made
Gotcha.
with another user, so.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Goff.
Jason, mine's really quick, and maybe you don't know the answer at this point, but I was just wondering if we have a sense of Safeway revenue.
The last time I checked, they actually were seeing some increase.
Well, I know the cost of food is going up.
Cost of food. So I think that's another thing. On page 11, we show that kind of the geographic areas that things are relatively flat. Another consideration that we want to monitor and I guess keep in mind is if inflation is 3.5% to 4%, and the cost of goods are going up 3.5% to 4%, if we're selling the same amount, we would expect to see some growth. So I haven't dug really deep into this and haven't looked at individual businesses to see what they're doing with their pricing and things like that. But you can infer to a certain degree that maybe there's fewer sales occurring across a lot of areas. Otherwise, you would expect to see some just inflationary growth as our tax rate hasn't changed. And so if I sell something for $100 and get 4% sales tax versus $105, the city should receive more if you're selling that same volume. So
Okay, that answers my question.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Mayor. I found a pleasant surprise on there with Eastlake being up 14%, and that's Santiago's, everything on 120th and Claude Court. I figured that the construction would bring sales taxes down, but it's having the best year it's had in 3 years in that area. So that's a nice surprise. Maybe all the congestion caused people to make detours over there, but that's just a really cool surprise because I was really concerned for them.
Yeah.
In that area. Do you think it's fuel, like people fueling up right there, and what do you think that might be? It's kind of interesting.
I'm not sure, but might ask our economic development folks if they've touched base with that area just to see, and we'll touch on it next month and provide a little bit more information on what they're seeing from the retail standpoint, what they're seeing. I don't think any of us would consider like clogging all of the areas with traffic, therefore driving up their
Maybe all
their
construction
sales,
workers-
but
Maybe all construction workers stopping by for lunch over there. So, at Santiago's, maybe, but that's really cool to see. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Just to go off of what Councilmember Jaramillo said, I would like a little bit deeper dive in that corner right there with Claude Court. It's still relatively impossible to get into the gas station. So I would like to know from Allison how the businesses are doing over there and how they're adjusting to the construction and the ever-changing roadway up there. It's our favorite topic over here in Ward 2. So I think that we should look at those businesses just a little deeper. And I know we're not allowed to speak specifically by business, but I think if Allison could reach out to them and get some feedback for us, that would probably make Councilmember Jaramillo and myself feel a lot better about it. Perhaps, Mayor Pro Tem, you guys could make that on one of your walks.
I will check in with the Business Retention and Expansion Committee.
Please try to get across Claude Court. That's my sarcastic comment for the moment. In regards to the marijuana tax, we are seeing the same thing nationwide. It's down between, I think, 10% and as high as obviously 12%. But there has been a leveling off. So, we do have quite a few projects where that money, that tax is tied into. So again, it'll be something really important to watch as moving forward. I just wanted to share on Washington East, just so council knows, they have really made some great changes in that shopping center. I don't know if anybody's been through it but me. Shannon, they've hired Mayor Pro Tem, they've hired a local management company. The parking lot has been redone. Each of the buildings is being inspected. I'm from a Ward 2 perspective. I'm really happy with what they've got going on there. They're obviously getting ready for the new tenant over there, but the fact that we now have lanes that are, there are lanes that are marked, there are parking spots that are marked, that's great for those businesses. So I think we'll see some improvement there. It's not as scary driving through there. That's all I have, Mayor. I have no criticisms, Jason. You do a fantastic job, and I appreciate everything you do for us.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And she was the final question. Okay. Moving into the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Is that his dog?
I think
So we'll close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
No, Councilmember Kondo, that was my dog, who apparently is barking at the wind tonight.
Okay, we have a public hearing tonight. Headwaters North Glen Independent Living Subdivision Amendment Number 1, final plat. I will now open the public hearing on the Headwaters North Glen Independent Living Subdivision final plat for the property located on the west side of Melody Drive between Kennedy Drive and West 106th Avenue in the city of North Glen, described as Lot 2, Block 1, Headwaters North Glen Independent Living Subdivision Amendment Number 1. The North Glen City Council has jurisdiction to conduct this hearing under the applicable provisions of its Home Rule Charter and Chapters 3 and 11 of the North Glen Municipal Code. The procedure to be followed in this case will be as follows. City staff will give a brief outline on the nature of the application. The applicant may then present any evidence in support of the application. All persons opposed to the application shall then be entitled to present evidence. Any other interested parties shall be entitled to present public comment or evidence. The applicant may then present any rebuttal evidence. Council members may ask questions of staff, the applicant, and the public who testify. All witnesses will be placed under oath by the city clerk and may be cross-examined by any party, counsel for any party, or the members of city council. Are there any objections to the jurisdiction of the city council or to the form or substance of these proceedings? Hearing none, staff may give a brief outline. City Planner Ashley McFarland will present staff's analysis of the application to council.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Yes, my name is Ashley McFarland. I work in the Planning Department, and we will be. Do I just need to? We will be hearing the Headwaters Subdivision Final Plat and SIA this evening. So the purpose this evening is to consider CR 119, a resolution approving the Headwaters North Glen Independent Living Subdivision Amendment Number 1 Final Plat and associated a subdivision improvement agreement. The request is from the applicant Headwaters Group. You will hear from him a little later after my presentation. They are currently under contract to purchase this property. Looking into a vicinity map, we are looking a little closer towards 104th and west of I-25. Zooming in here for the aerial, we're looking west of Melody Drive, south of Kennedy Drive, and then east of Huron Street. Additional site data, so back in July of 2023, you all did approve Council Bill 2007. It's a rezoning this property from commercial general / commercial auto to multifamily, the RM2 zone district. The property is 4.53 acres, and there are 3 existing buildings on the property, one a retail space, another is a restaurant, and then another other separate 9,000 square foot space is kind of a retail commercial mix. So this was notified for the public hearing, was notified properly. Moving into the background, on August 15th of 2023, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to approve the Headwaters major site plan and also recommend approval for the final plat to you all. This final plat will replat the existing Lot 2 and 3 into one final plot of land for development. Additional background, let's see here. So there will be public improvements required for this plat, and that's why we are hearing the final plat with the subdivision improvements agreement. Subdivision improvement agreement outlines the responsibility of the developers to install all public infrastructure. The project will install about $302,000 worth of public improvements, including water mains, fire mains, some additional items also listed near the bottom of your screen here. So this is an image of the final plat. The property's kind of outlined a little darker here. It's kind of hard to see from afar, but here's the property line here. And then you see the looped easement right here as well. I'm sorry, utility easement, looped utility easement. Budget implications, the plat does not have any direct budgetary impacts. However, although the cost to install these improvements is the responsibility of the developer, once the city accepts these improvements, then we are going to be responsible for those. Moving to the recommendation, staff has provided an analysis of the criteria on page 6 and 7 of what is yours, attachment number 2, it's the Planning Commission memorandum. Staff finds that the final plat is consistent with the approval criteria based on, within the UDO. So staff does recommend approval of Council Resolution 119. Finally, administration, the council options this evening are to approve this request, deny the request for reasons stated, or table the request for further consideration. Next steps, the council is the final reviewing body for this plat, and then approval would be based on conditions. The conditions were set within 2 separate resolutions by the Planning Commission. Any questions?
Are we taking questions now? It didn't fall in my list of procedures.
To staff, you certainly can.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to make sure I heard correctly that the developer is going to make all the infrastructure improvements, and then after that's done, it gets turned over to the city.
Yeah, we inspect it and then it gets turned over to the city.
Okay, got it. Do we share with the developer what our standards are, so they're using the right grade of PVC and all this other stuff, so we
That's correct, yes.
feel like the materials that are used are going to meet city standards?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Long?
Yes, thank you. Hello, Ashley. I've been attending the Planning Commission meetings on this subject, and we've asked lots of questions, and I think the developer has presented adequate responses, I think. But one popped up in a conversation, and that is accessing off of Melody Drive between those buildings. If you've got familiarity with the area, especially in the wintertime, that's a narrow one-way path. And I don't know if there's going to make provision to widen those or what you're going to do, but they're ice-filled, unless that changes, on both sides. They're one-ways, if I remember right. So tell me if I'm not describing this accurately.
So the 2 existing entry points will be the entry points for the developer. That was based off of the major site plan that was approved by Planning Commission. I don't believe they have any plan to change those entrances. I don't know if Jeff wants to come to speak to that as well.
Sure. I'm sorry, we didn't ask it earlier, but it was something that came up in conversation after the fact. Anyway, I'm just carrying a message from some of the people.
Why don't we have him address that when he does his presentation, so he can put him under oath?
Okay,
Thank you.
very good.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. So, and again, I don't know who gets this question, and maybe it's just, like a exclamation point to think about for the future, but it's 174 units, and I would like to know how many parking spaces. And then I also want to get some more clarity at some point about drainage, just in light of what happened on July 4th when we had flooding. And I know there's like codes and expectations about meeting standards for whatever amount of flooding, but we might be having more than has been in the past. And so I just wanted to know if that's something that's going to be taken into consideration.
Absolutely. Direct numbers off the top of my head, I feel like I have one, but Jeff may correct me on this. They are overparked based off of our parking code. So they do have extra parking than what the UDO states. Okay. So I can get you direct numbers on that in just a moment.
I would be curious because I know it's senior living and I know it's like within areas that people can walk places, but I have a guess that if there's 2 people living in the unit, there's going to be 2. So I would like to get some clarity on that. And then the drainage.
And then for the drainage, they will be installing, you can see it on this plat actually, they're going to be installing underground detention right here. But I can also pass that if Jeff has any more additional information on the drainage.
Okay.
So to the question earlier by Councilmember Kondo and your question, Councilmember Goff, is that city has established standards for drainage and infrastructure that the applicant has to design to. So they will be designing for the 10 and the 100-year per our code standard requirements.
Okay, and then that's a higher standard than when, before there was North Glen and those properties in the unincorporated Atchison County were platted?
Most of the development that occurred in North Glen currently does not have on-site stormwater detention. There's actually very little stormwater detention throughout the entire city. So what you see with this project and other recent projects is you're going to see actual stormwater detention taking place. So this will be a vast improvement when this project goes in.
Okay, right, that's wonderful.
I don't see any more questions.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, everyone providing testimony on the application will be placed under oath. We will do that now as a group before the applicant makes their presentation. If you intend to provide testimony, please stand as you are able and be sworn in by the city clerk at this time.
You can go ahead and come forward since it's just you, looks like. Okay. So if you'll raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent, okay. Now you can present
you.
evidence in support of the application.
Jeff Hoffman, 1165 South Monroe Street, Denver, Colorado. I don't have a presentation. I've given it multiple times, but I am happy to answer any questions the group has. We had a very healthy discussion in the past and more, so I didn't want to repeat things over and over. So just very excited to be here for the final step in the process, and I'll try to answer the questions that I had heard and any more. Without a map, it's a little hard, but here's what I recall about the one-way streets. Specifically, you're right that there's one-ways on both sides of what I call the core progression building. I'm sorry, but that's the business in there. That's a gym, so I don't know the address. That building is remaining. On the south side of the core progression, that has nothing to do with our redevelopment. And so that access point into their parking lot, which I believe is a one-way on one side, is remaining. That's the south side. The north side is currently also a one-way. I recall, and I'm 99% positive, that that is being widened to be two-way. So I think one of those situations, and I think that's the main one you're referencing, probably the north one, is going to be a two-way width, if you will, for access in and out of their parking lot. And is a bit of an indirect route of access into ours. Those are the two one-ways I think that exist. I don't think there's anything else. Because the one that's the northernmost access point, which you can kind of see at the top of that plat, has always been wide enough for two ways.
If I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The south one-way.
Yeah,
is
south
not
side of core progression, I
Yeah,
believe,
it's
yes.
not going to access your property at all.
No, it just accesses their parking lot.
Just to
It's the
theirs.
only reason it
Has
exists.
nothing to do with you guys.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're going to.
But we're improving the north side. The
Yeah.
road is getting wider.
I did see that on the map, that
Okay.
you've got a two-laner now
That's
for
right.
access. But that'll be your main access point
No, that's
off of
not,
Melody?
that's not Main, that's the south side. I would say the main really is the north side.
Yeah.
The northernmost at the top of, it's, I'm sorry, I'll point it right here.
Melody. Yeah.
This really will be our main access point with the most traffic coming through there, but the secondary one is down to the south. And it's a very indirect route and is not as kind of direct into our main entry of our project, so. Hard to see on this map, I apologize. And then I believe there was a question.
Number of parking.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but I'll be very close. It's about 208 because we were very careful to make sure we park at our required parking ratio for operations, which is 1.2 times the quantity of units. I don't recall what the required ratio is here. Many times for senior independent living, it's 0.5. So we find ourselves providing well above the requirements of municipal code usually. I think you made a comment about many units having two people. The majority of our units are one bedroom. And it is true that a one bedroom could have two people. So like 60% of our units are one bedroom. But the majority of our units are single occupant only. just by the demographics that we have, at around 72 years old, tend to be single resident units. So we tend to provide a bit more parking than we think we'll need, so we can have parking for guests and more. And over time, it'll probably be a fact that we've provided excess parking, but we want to be conservative in that.
Yeah, I would say definitely include more, because what we have seen in our community is over time, there's not enough parking.
Yeah.
So I guess
Understood.
that's something I wanted to highlight.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? Councilmember Long?
Yeah, excuse me. This is a matter of clarification again. The planning commission asked a whole bunch of questions. And I don't know if that would be a benefit in the communication for the council to know some of those questions or not, or if there are minutes to that meeting that we could review, or I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know if it would help or benefit the dais or not. A point of order, I guess.
Yeah, so the quasi judicial process tonight is supposed to be based on the evidence that's presented at the hearing tonight. The planning commission's recommendation is reduced to writing, and in your packet, that's the portion that's part of the record.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all persons opposed to the application are entitled to present evidence at this time. Is there anyone interested? Is there anyone on the phone who would like to provide public comment? You can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Any other interested persons may now present public comment or evidence on the proposed final plat. Okay. Does council have any additional questions based on all that feedback? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Resolutions, the first one, CR 119. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution, I'm sorry. A resolution approving the final plat and subdivision improvement agreement for the Headwaters North Glen Independent Living Subdivision Amendment Number 1, final plat and subdivision improvement agreement.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Brown cannot participate remotely because this is a quasi judicial hearing, so someone else is going to need to make the motion.
Okay,
Motion to approve. Second.
thank you.
I don't even get to vote, Corey?
No, ma'am, it's in the remote participation policy that you cannot on a matter that's set for quasi judicial hearing.
I apologize. I remembered it right after I did it.
Okay. All right, staff provided a presentation during the public hearing. They are available to answer any other questions. No? Okay. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 119 passes unanimously.
All right, CR 123. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving an agreement between the City of North Glen and AD Miller Services Incorporated for the Kiwanis Pool Improvements Project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Kent Kisselman, our Director of Public Works, is here to provide a summary.
Good evening, thank you for having me. So this is the improvements for the Kiwanis Pool. We went out for bid, received 3 bids back, very pleased with the bids. They were higher than what was engineered estimate, but the bids were really close. So that means that the plans were really good and everybody understood the bidding process and what was presented. So we had 3 bids, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6 around there. And we selected AD and Miller Services. The project's going to include the new deck, mechanical room equipment, new filtration system, and improvements for the lighting. The total cost for this project is going to be $2,682,582.11, which includes the 10% contingency. Once awarded, the contractor has 220 days from the notice to proceed to complete the project. So we're hopeful that we can get going right away. They can get the equipment ordered, and hopefully there's no long lead times, but they should be able to do plenty of work between now and the pool opening in May. Staff recommends approval as presented, and I or Amanda will answer any questions you have.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a general question, Kent. I've been on council for 7.5 years, and it seems like, and Amanda, I guess this is for you too. It seems like we have done a repair on that particular pool, which we all know is my favorite pool in North Glen, in excess of $1 million every year for the last 3 or 4 years. Jason can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that we did it the last, I believe we've done it at least 3 or 4 times. Is there a point where we say, like we did with the rec center, that this pool, this facility is in need of a complete redo, so we're not dropping $2 million one year, $1 million 3 in a previous year, I think. I just have concerns, given our history with the old rec center, that if we continue to put the money into there, and it's going to be, say, for instance, let's just break it in the million, 1.5 maintenance fee basically every year, that we're not spending our money wisely. I want the pool to stay open. I have no problem with the pool and will continue to visit it, but I am starting to be concerned about every year coming forward with another major repair.
This is really, great question. This is really phase 2 of the, kind of the pool rehab. Phase 1 was, again, as you mentioned, done a couple of years ago, and that was getting in the new buildings. So, maybe this step should have came before step 1, but, it doesn't matter. They both needed to be completed. So, we have the new buildings, which is the infrastructure for all the materials that will be going in now. So this really is a complete overhaul of the pool deck, all the mechanical equipment that, the maintenance team has been, trying to piece together over the last few years. So we believe this will, give tremendous life to the pool and make the improvements for years to come.
So you don't foresee this coming before council, not this particular issue, I do understand that, but before coming to council next year, that we're going to have another repair, you feel that this is probably the last step for a few years?
Yeah, certainly, unless we want it, I think the play equipment was upgraded on the last one, so, this really does, again, take care of that pool deck, and all the mechanical pieces that make the facility run and function. So the previous project was kind of the pretty things that you see with your eyes, and this is kind of the meat and potatoes of the project that is going to make it all run real nice. Now, I can't promise you that a pump isn't going to fail, but after this project, we'll have warranty for 2 years, for anything that goes wrong with the installation. And then after 2 years, the maintenance team will take it over and, again, pumps go bad. These are high chlorine areas, and, we'll do what we need to do to maintain. But another, $1.5, $2, $3 million project, and then in the near future, I don't believe it's warranted for this.
And then I have one question just specifically related to the pool, and a resident actually brought it up. Is there a reason, and you may not know this answer, that we don't have another entry into the pool besides stairs? That there's not a walk-in into the pool?
Yeah, that I don't know. That's Amanda.
Okay, thank you. Just thought I'd throw it out. It might be, there's Amanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So that pool, it is the original pool design from the early 60s, late 50s. So we haven't changed that pool design since that time. So without removing structure from the pool, we really can't change that pool entryway, which is a stairway design. So there is a lift that has been added to the pool to meet current ADA standards. And without a removal and redesign of the pool itself, we can't change the entry point of the pool. Does that answer?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
It's an answer that I will share.
All right.
Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hello, Amanda.
Hello.
I'm very cognizant of the creativity you've used to find the money to pay for this. You got $1 million out of the Adams County Open Space Grant, another $500,000 from Adams County Open Space Disbursement. However, you're short about $1.1, but you're going to take it out of a reallocation of the budget from the M&O Facilities Building, which is a reduction in the scope, which leads to the savings. I'm using your words. So my question to you is, when are you gonna, what are we missing in the M&O? Are you gonna come back another time for the 1.1 million that is going away? I mean,
So I'm going to let Kent jump in on the M&O piece and then
Okay. I don't wanna
have
say-
potentially some follow-up after that.
and Kent, I don't wanna sound cliche, but are we robbing from Peter to pay Paul, and then we'll see Paul later on?
Yeah, initially, when we budgeted the $2.2 million for the maintenance facility at M&O, that was done like 2 years ago, like even like at the end of COVID or during COVID. And the intention was to build a new facility at M&O. And that was going to house the, get rid of the bus barn was the goal. And also the sign shop and do improvements and help with the traffic. As we took a look, and then you'll recall that we combined the facilities team and the electrical and mechanical team, combined those two teams for efficiency purposes and moved those out to the water plant under Jason Hensel's manager supervision. So that created a kind of a change of scope, so to say. We have a building out there that is currently just used for kind of storage of some stuff. And we thought it was a very good opportunity to remodel that building into office spaces for the current maintenance staff. In addition, the second part of this project is Parks team, Amanda's team has a facility that they store parks equipment on the water treatment facility grounds. Well, we thought this was a good opportunity to build a new facility for the parks grounds up at Northwest Open Space where the recycling center is in that second fenced area to the west of the same size and structure. So instead of building a giant structure at M&O, what we're doing is remodeling a building and putting in a new, I think it's 40 by 40 barn up at Northwest Open Space. And we are estimating those, and those bids are coming due on the 24th of September. All of our architectural and engineering estimates are showing that those numbers should come in somewhere between 750 and 1.1 million for those two construction ideas. That would make us whole, and there would no longer be a need for a building at M&O in the short term. Long term, maybe, but there's been other discussions that you're aware of what the future of that area is and the development in the East Lake number 2 and those sorts of things. So we do have currently, right now, the $1 million to move over to this project. And we feel that that was a good move because of the importance of Kiwanis Pool. Now, again, we're going to find out in 2 more weeks what the bids are, but we had, unlike this, where we had 3 and it's very specific, kind of not cliche, but niche work to work on pools, remodeling and building a building that you could order off of a website, we had like 13 or 14 bidders, that showed up for the pre-bid. So we're hoping to get a wide variety of costs, not and that will fit into our new budget. So a long way around that is, we're good.
The new buildings you're contemplating, that you're getting bids for, are they in the budget for 2024?
They're in the budget for right now.
Right now, and we've got that in the budget covered.
As soon as we get the bids back on the 24th, I believe on October 9th, we'll be coming to you with a contract for the remodel and the construction of the new building at the Northwest Open Space.
Within budget, hopefully.
Within budget, yes.
Thank you. Good answers, by the way. Thank
Thank
you
you.
kindly.
Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This would be for Amanda, and I'm just I've toured the pump room, and I think I get what Ken is saying, because those are the original pumps and steel pipes back from 1960.
Yes.
So I'm totally in agreement and understand conceptually that maybe once we do this, there's not going to be the continual sort of fix-up sort of thing. My question is this going to be a chlorine phosphate system, or is it going to be more of a advanced sort of water filtration, sterilization technology going in?
I believe they have designed with sand filters again. Can you remind me? I can't remember what they decided on. We went back and forth a couple of times, but I believe they decided to stay with sand filters.
Okay. That's fine.
I don't think anything's changing.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We've used both the DE filters on the old indoor pool, transitioned on the new indoor pool to a contained system, and have the sand filters on Kiwanis. All three have worked very well. They all have benefits to them, but the sand filters have worked well at Kiwanis. so.
Gotcha, thank you.
All right, these are just questions about the amenities. I see that you're removing the diving board. What's the reasoning behind that?
From an insurance perspective,
Oh,
they are
okay.
not a well-loved amenity.
Oh, man. That was the best part. Okay, anyway. So it says that you're removing and salvaging the existing slide for reinstallation.
Yes.
Which part of the pool will be located on?
I believe it's staying in relatively the same location, so still on what is that, the south side there?
Are there any plans for additional amenities that are that can rival our neighbors in any way?
So it's staying relatively close to what you see today. Most of the improvements are very much functional. It's focused on making sure that those pipes that are underneath the ground are no longer Swiss cheese, that they ensure water is getting from that pump room into the pool very efficiently, that we are not losing the water that we're losing today, that we're able to maintain temperature, that we're able to maintain water quality, that we have surfacing is appropriate on the pool itself, that we've got a nice smooth concrete deck. So really that's what we've put that energy into. So some of those site amenity improvements are things like tables, so as you're looking around the space itself, picnic area improvements, shelter improvements, but there's not a lot of, there's just not a lot of space on the deck itself for large slides or those kind of pool amenities. It is the pool.
All right, I was just thinking big. I thought it would have been.
I know, it's fun to think
someone who
big,
grew up there, I'm
for
like, come on
sure.
already, like, are we gonna make Kiwanis cool? Because I'm, no offense, I worked for another city and I feel like Kiwanis is like 1960s and stuff, and it's kind of sad. Especially losing the diving board.
But the excitement really came on that splash pad side and adding those interactive features in phase one.
All right, thanks.
So to follow that really quickly, so I was focused on the budget numbers, and I missed the removal of the diving board. Was that required, or?
It was recommended to us that it be removed. So the diving board itself is not in serviceable condition, so it needs to be removed, and replacement of it was not recommended.
By who?
By CIRSA.
Well, I don't always love Cersei.
They've wanted us to take it out for quite some time.
Well, it's really a bummer. I see it in use. So, okay. Councilmember Brown?
I would just like to throw out, since Councilmember Jaramillo has been throwing out his wish list, I think that a snack bar is necessary there. I am willing to work it, but I left my water home and I had to go to Walmart and buy it. So just throw that in your future list of Councilmember Brown would really like some kind of a snack bar there.
We will take that under consideration.
Thank you.
And just, I will respond a little bit to the earlier funding request. Certainly is never a guarantee because grant funding is never a guarantee. We are going to submit an additional grant ask to Adams County Open Space, acknowledging to them that, yes, we've come to you for funding. Previously, you've granted us $1 million in funding, but that the bids came in higher than we anticipated. We do have the option of going back to them for additional funding. We have not done that in the past. We typically don't go back even after a project comes in higher than we expect. Other communities have done that. We are not using all 3 of our asks this fall. Projects are due here in the next couple of weeks. This is a relatively easy one to put together since we have submitted it previously. So we are planning on going back to them for a portion of that overage, so may be able to recoup some of those dollars during this current grant cycle. So we will see how that process comes through. It does mean we did not have the opportunity to put that request for grant letters of support in the connection. So if anyone would like to provide a letter of support who's listening, we would love to have a letter of support for that project. We do need to submit a minimum of 2 of those letters. So if anyone would like to submit a letter via email to me, I would be happy to take that and submit it with our grant application here at the end of this month. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will close that vote, and CR 123 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recess the regular city council meeting and call to order a meeting of the Marijuana Licensing Authority. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Luke Manjero Massa. Here. Councilmember Long.
Here.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Here.
Councilmember Kondo.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Walker.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 25th, 2022 meeting?
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open. Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. I will close that vote, and the motion to approve the April 25th, 2022 minutes passes unanimously.
So we are discussing manager registration application for the Green Solution LLC, doing business as the Green Solution. City Clerk Small will provide a summary of the request.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Acting as the Marijuana Licensing Authority, staff is presenting the manager registration application for the Green Solution. They are located at 470 Malley Drive. They hold a retail marijuana store license, and tonight's application is to register an on-site manager. So there are a couple applicable regulations from the municipal code. Licensees are required to either manage the premises themselves or employ a separate and distinct manager. And all changes to managers must be reported to the city within 30 days. There are some specific regulations regarding individuals employed by a licensee, and they are listed on this slide. I'll run through these quickly. The first one is any person who is not, and these are the people who shall not be employed. So that is any person who is not of good moral character, satisfactory to the local licensing authority, any person who is under 21 years of age, any person who has discharged a sentence for a felony conviction within the past 5 years, any person who has been convicted of a felony for drug possession, distribution, or use, unless such felony drug charge was based on possession or use of marijuana or marijuana concentrate, that would not be a felony if the person were convicted of the offense on the day they applied for the license. And then law enforcement personnel and those involved in the licensing process cannot be employed by a licensee. So staff's analysis, the Green Solution LLC, which operates as the Green Solution, is in good standing. They have valid state and local retail marijuana store licenses. The manager registration form is complete and all of the required fees have been paid. Staff conducted a background investigation on the proposed manager. His name is Clinton Temple. And in this case, staff is unable to administratively approve the application due to derogatory information disclosed during the background investigation. We have identified that criteria 2 through 6 of the municipal code have been satisfied. So the application requires authority consideration for criteria 1, which is regarding whether the moral character of the proposed manager is satisfactory to the authority. Detailed information regarding the background investigation has been included in the authority's packet. There's additional consideration for the authority to consider, and that is the existence of a criminal record alone does not prevent an application from being approved. So when considering a criminal record, the authority must also consider mitigating factors. Some examples of those are length of time since arrest or conviction. I do want to point out that staff's investigation on this application disclosed an arrest dating back to 2000, so that was 23 years ago. It was a misdemeanor request is what the records show. Another mitigating factor would be evidence of rehabilitation, character references, and educational achievements. I would also like to note that attachment 9 in the authority's packet contains a letter from the Green Solutions Regional District Manager. And so we wanted to make sure that the authority was able to review that document. So the options for the authority tonight include approving the manager registration or setting a hearing on the application. Approving the registration, that would mean that the authority determines the applicant satisfies the criteria in the code. It would require a motion by the authority to approve that application, and the application would be considered finalized. If council were to set a public hearing on the application, that would be the next step if the authority is not satisfied and denial is a potential outcome of the application. There is sample language for those motions on page 2 in the staff report in the packet. And then some of this is duplicate information, so I will go on to the next steps. So if the authority approves the application tonight, the manager registration application will be considered complete and no further action will be needed by the authority. If the authority determines to set a hearing on the application, you'll notice that the sample language directs the attorney for the authority to draft a notice of hearing in order to show cause. And that document would be brought back to the authority for consideration on September 25th. That document would also set that hearing for a date determined by the authority. And at that hearing, the applicant would be allowed to present formal evidence and testimony. Obviously, proper notice would be provided to the applicant, and then the final determination on the application would be made by the authority after that hearing. So I do want to also point out that the municipal code allows the city clerk to approve certain applications administratively. However, if there is any derogatory information disclosed during staff's background investigation, the city clerk must schedule the application for the authority's consideration. The code doesn't define derogatory information, so it's any derogatory information is what triggers that necessity to then bring the application to the authority. So that is why the application is being presented to the authority tonight. The applicant and the proposed manager, Mr. Temple, has been invited to the meeting, and they are here to answer questions. This is not a hearing on the application. It is just more of an informal discussion where they're able to present those mitigating factors for the authority's consideration.
And so if I could briefly add a couple things. First of all, the 3 council members that are appearing remotely can participate in this because this is not a quasi-judicial hearing. Instead, this is just the initial informal process. Really what tonight's discussion is about is whether the omission of the gentleman's misdemeanor offense was an oversight or was purposeful. If there is any question council has that it was more than a mere oversight, then the recommendation would be to set it for a public hearing, to actually consider the evidence on that issue. If not, then you can certainly approve it. And again, the city clerk's office is compelled to bring this to you because of this information. The clerk's office is just not authorized to administratively approve under these circumstances.
Okay. I don't see any hands up, but I would love to hear from you directly.
Absolutely. Real quick, my name is Justin Johnson. I'm Senior Counsel for the Green Solution, and just wanted to kind of provide some more of the informal background on that this was more of an omission. This isn't, any intent to deceive the city council or the city of North Glen. If there was that intent, on behalf of the Green Solution, the recommendation as their in-house attorney would be termination. That's not what I've seen here for deferred sentence on a misdemeanor charge over 20 years ago. Just to provide more context, not only does the North Glen provide for automatic termination or automatic disqualification for 5 years for a felony, the Marijuana Enforcement Division is 3 years for a felony. That changed from 10 years a while back. Mr. Temple would be well within in those boundaries. With that, I would turn it over to Mr. Temple to speak on behalf of his character here and any of the factors that were presented before this.
Yeah, well, thanks everybody for your time, first and foremost. But yeah, I mean, this was 23 years ago, and it was honestly just an oversight on the question that I answered incorrectly. Within the 23 years since said charge, I've relocated up here with my family from Texas. I've now been in Colorado about 8 years now. Have 2 little kids, a 6-year-old, a 10-year-old. But, go to work every day, have a good attitude. I've been promoted quickly within this company into management just based off of my character and my hard work. And so, yeah, I mean, I feel like it was just an honest mistake that I didn't understand the verbiage in the question. And since it was ultimately a dismissed charge, I didn't accurately answer that question correctly. So my apologies for that.
Thank you. There's a few questions from council. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I am looking at, on page 4 of the packet, the actual question here. Now, I'm just going to read it. It says, have you ever been convicted of a crime or received a suspended sentence? Which I believe this was the case, right, in Dallas. So I think the operative word is, have you ever been convicted or received a suspended sentence? And you answered no. And I'm just kind of struggling understanding how that could be a misunderstanding or an omission, as you're characterizing it.
My charge was ultimately dismissed. And so I assumed that I didn't have to respond yes to that question.
That you would respond yes or no?
That I wasn't ultimately charged because it was dismissed.
It says convicted of a crime or received a suspended sentence. And I'm going to rely on our attorney. Would you characterize what happened in Dallas? Was that a suspended sentence?
So this is a frequent issue with the city and the state application in this regard, because I don't know what the equivalent is in the state of Texas. I can tell you that in Colorado, when someone gets a deferred sentence, they plead guilty, but that conviction does not enter. And so if they successfully complete whatever the conditions are of the deferred sentence, the case is dismissed, the conviction does not enter. Have they pled guilty? And this is again under Colorado law, the answer is yes. Did that conviction enter on their permanent record? The answer is no. So this ambiguity in someone's answer is not uncommon. I just don't know Texas law to know whether it is the same issue that it is under Colorado law. And so part of this initial informal discussion is whether this sort of passes the smell test, and if not, you should set it for hearing.
So, Mr. Temple, did you confer with council when you were filling out this form to kind of understanding these nuances?
Before, no, sir.
Okay.
So moving forward, I now have been educated on how to properly answer that question. So moving forward, it's not gonna be a mistake.
And I think that's what we want to stress as the company is, there's a bit of re-education component to it. That I don't know Texas law either, but that's the best understanding that I have under the criminal procedures is when you do a no contest plea, it's not an admission of guilt, but there is technically a conviction, even though it showed up as a dismissal. And that is after speaking with Mr. Temple, that's what I believe happened here. And so after we've gone through that re-education process with all of us, I think the question would be answered appropriately in the future, and that this was just a simple mistake.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
I'm going to cough again, and I apologize. First of all, I want to tell the applicant that I actually sympathize with you because I've dealt with people who have come into the same situation where the case is dismissed after they have completed what they needed to complete, whether it was community service. I had one client that had to do breathalyzers for a year and then it was dismissed. So I totally sympathize with you and I understand how that question could be confusing. I don't really see it because of my exposure. I don't really see it as, for lack of a better word, that you were trying to omit it on purpose. I would have wished that you would have contacted your legal counsel and asked them at that time, but people sometimes don't do that. They think they know the answer. So given the fact that this was so long ago, and basically, in my opinion, an honest mistake, I've seen it over and over and over again, not with just marijuana, and in fact, not with marijuana at all. I work with a different population that has addiction issues. So I have seen this in the past. So I do agree with our city attorney, Mr. Hoffman, that this is really a common mistake that's made by applicants. And just so that you know, and I would not have a problem approving your application based on the knowledge that I have that this happens quite routinely, quite often. We have steps to correct it, and everybody who might be listening to this right now is getting an education that just because your charges are dismissed, they will follow you and show up. So I just wanted to let you know that I am in support of this, Mayor, and I do understand what happened. I sympathize with you, and I hope that you take this as a learning experience, that's going to follow you around for the rest of your life. Mine is from when I was 18 years old, and it's still there. So I'm there for you, okay? And that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm looking at page 20 here where it says dismissal, no finding of guilt. So, and then probation and community supervision. It seems to me from everything I'm hearing that it was probably some confusion. It looks very confusing. I don't, in my personal opinion, looking at the evidence here, I don't see anything that would indicate that you did this on purpose 23 years ago. One of our conditions is for you to speak a little bit about your achievements since this happened. So if you would like to do that, that would be appreciated.
I met my wife, I would say, 4 years after said charge. We're still currently together. I worked for Sherwin-Williams Company for a decade. They were responsible for transferring me up here from Texas. So really dove into work. That was something that I focused on from the time I was 15 years old until now. Take pride in what I do. I'm very happy with the role that I'm in. But other than that, personally, I'm raising 2 kids, got them in Little League, doing the same American thing that everybody's kind of doing, but just happy with where I'm at. And I mean, I didn't do any additional community services or anything like that, but, definitely have kept my nose clean, no additional charges since then or anything like that, and focused on my family.
Thank you.
Of course.
And then I just add, on behalf of the company, the reason we're here is due to his outstanding performance and character that he's been promoted to manager, which is the purpose of the meeting, to make sure that he can be approved as a manager. here in North Glen. So on behalf of the company, that would be another achievement through his work ethic that the company's recognized him to be promoted to this position that's led to this meeting today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. I was just going to say, as our counselor was telling, our legal counsel was telling us, reminding us this happens often. I remember just in the 4 years that I've been in city council, we had an application, a very similar situation, and somebody had checked the wrong box. And this legal stuff is, so I don't see any reason not to.
Yes, that's it. No more questions. I think we're ready to move forward.
There are 2 recommended motions.
Oh, yeah, someone needs to make a motion. Let's find those. So page 2 of the memo. There's the first one and the second one.
I move to approve the manager change report filed by the Green Solution LLC to appoint Clinton Temple as the on-site manager of the licensed retail marijuana store known as The Green Solution located at 470 Malley Drive.
I second.
Okay, please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I will close that vote, and the motion to approve the manager change report for the Green Solution passes unanimously.
I'll say one more thing. Lisa is very helpful. She's a great county clerk. Just her communication and everything throughout this process has been really helpful.
It's good to hear.
Just
Hey,
kudos
thank
to
you.
her. She's doing a good job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll state the same. My paralegal primarily works through, but Lisa's done a great job and really helped us educate ourselves on this process to be prepared today to speak with all of you. So.
Great, thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, we have a second item. Thank you for being here. Annual renewal application, physician preferred products, doing business as Doc's Apothecary. City Clerk Small will provide a summary of this request.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, the second item tonight is the annual renewal application for physician preferred products. They do business as Doc's Apothecary. They're located at 2100 East 112th Avenue. They also hold retail marijuana licenses. However, the application for renewal only pertains to the medical marijuana licenses tonight. So a few administrative findings. The application for renewal is complete. All of the required fees have been paid. Staff is unable to approve this application administratively due to potentially derogatory information that was found during staff's investigation of the application. And that was due to receiving information from the State Marijuana Enforcement Division pertaining to the licensee's cultivation operations and inventory tracking. And the State Licensing Authority has issued an order of summary suspension that was issued in July pertaining to the licensee's state medical and retail marijuana cultivation licenses. So the order lists several alleged violations. Staff does not intend to go into detail about those violations. I do want to reiterate that that state hearing on the matter is scheduled for October 31st through November 8th. The order of summary suspension is applicable to the state licenses that are issued for the North Glen establishment. The medical marijuana center and retail marijuana store may continue to operate until a final determination has been made on those alleged violations. Any of the cultivated product that was the subject of the suspension cannot be distributed while the order of summary suspension is in effect. The marijuana businesses are required to be duly licensed by the state and the city. And that means that any sanctions imposed by the state after they hold their hearing will affect the city corresponding licenses. Renewal of the city's licenses tonight would not preclude the authority from holding a hearing on future issues or related to, on issues or, let me say that again. Renewal of the city's licenses would not preclude the authority from holding a hearing in the future for issues related to these or any other alleged violations. So criteria for consideration, regarding the annual renewal application, the municipal code authorizes the marijuana licensing authority, after proper notice and a hearing, to suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew a license for good cause. Good cause can include the suspension, revocation, or non-renewal of a state-issued marijuana license. In this case, the state authority's hearing is pending, so we do not know the outcome of that hearing and the outcome of the alleged violations yet. Staff analysis, if the state authority finds cause after their hearing is held to suspend or revoke the state medical and retail marijuana licenses, those sanctions will automatically affect the validity of the corresponding city licenses. However, if the state finds that the alleged violations did not occur or that sanctions are not warranted, the licensee may continue operations and resume any privileges related to the licensees that are currently the subject of that order of summary suspension. So options for the authority to consider tonight. The authority could choose to approve the annual renewal application or continue the application to be considered after the state's hearing. We'll go ahead and review the items and next steps. So if the authority approves the renewal application tonight, the application will be considered complete and will be forwarded to the state of Colorado. No further action would be needed by the authority. On the renewal, any sanctions imposed by the state after their hearing would have an effect on the corresponding city licenses. And again, renewal of the city's licenses does not preclude the city council acting as the authority from holding a hearing in the future for issues related to these or any other alleged violations. If the authority continues the application, the licensee would be allowed to operate the medical marijuana center and retail store while the renewal is pending. Staff would schedule the renewal application for a future meeting after the state's hearing has concluded, and the state's findings could provide additional basis for the authority's determination. So again, staff's investigation of the application, if it discloses any derogatory information, the application must be scheduled for the authority's consideration. The licensee was invited to the meeting tonight. I believe their legal counsel is present. This is not a formal hearing on the violations. This is for the authority to only consider renewal of their annual renewal on their medical marijuana license. But the licensee's legal counsel is present to answer questions of the authority.
And once again, if I could, the city clerk is without authority to approve when there is this type of information, which is the notice from the state. That being said, things like cultivation and inventory tracking are things the state regulates. We do not. And so council is here this evening. It's my understanding the applicant or the applicant representative is actually out of the country. But the reason the recommendations are what they are from the city clerk's office is because for you to better do your job, the state proceedings need to be completed. Because that's ultimately what will give you the best information to make a decision. And so whether you decide to continue or whether you decide to renew, either way, you don't lose the ability to address this after the state proceedings are completed.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
I'm sorry about that, Madam Mayor. I actually have a statement. I really don't have a question. Piggybacking on what our Attorney Hoffman said, I cannot support this particular request in the way that it sits because the state has not found their rulings. This is a business, and if we look at it as a business, the residents of Northglenn are looking at 17 violations that, well, are looking at the state reviewing 17 violations that affect their product, their purchase, right? Some of these, as I was reading through them, tampering and or manipulating product safety and product safety test samples for potency and contamination. Those are two really big things to consumers of marijuana. And whether we judge them or not, those are two very big issues right there. You want to be able to trust your dispensary when you're going in to make a purchase. To me, these are huge issues that we cannot move forward on until we get a ruling from the state. Otherwise, we, in my own personal opinion, as a council person, we're doing a disjustice to our residents. Our goal was to allow marijuana within the city of Northglenn, but we also had a goal to make sure that we are providing a safe product to our residents. These allegations affect the safety of the product, the contamination, and the potency. And to be fair, for those that may not know, when going into these facilities, one of the things that you're looking at as a customer is potency, right? Especially on the recreation side. So if you're manipulating my potency, or you're manipulating the number on there, you are misleading your consumer on the value of your product. Potency equals value, and it's not right to mislead the public. So with those things said, I am not in support of approving this. I am in support of continuing it until the state findings are in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff?
So I guess I'm just going to rephrase this to see if I've got this right in my understanding, that if we approve the application, there are fees that this company has to pay to renew their license. Is that correct?
They do pay an
Yeah,
annual renewal
So
fee.
if they paid the fees, we had approved it, and then the state said, no, all these things are true, these allegations are true, you know, we're rescinding the license, then they've lost that money. Is that correct? I mean, I'm just trying to understanding, like, we've got these two options. From our point of view, for me, it makes perfect sense to just continue it so we can get more information. I'm just sort of trying to figure out why we would approve it.
The only way they would lose their renewal fees is if the renewal application was denied.
But that's not the same as this hearing that's being described in here from the state on October 31st.
Sure. And staff is not recommending denial of the renewal. It's not an option for the authority to consider until the local authority would hold a hearing on the renewal application itself. But the options being presented tonight include, believe what you just recommended was either
Continuing.
approving the renewal or continuing the renewal until after the state's hearing has been held so that we know the outcome.
Well, from what I understand, the continuing it makes sense, but that's why I was trying to get some.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Considering all of the factual evidence listed in here, I believe that the investigation needs to occur through the state before we can make a decision at the city level. I would support a continuation because we need to know what the result, what the outcome of that is in order to, I guess, make a good decision. All I have, thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering if, would you like to add anything?
Good evening. I'm Claire Hansen. I'm a partner at Clark Hill Law Firm, and I represent Physicians Preferred as well as its owners, Joseph Ramos and Marcos Ronquillo. They could not be here tonight. Joseph Ramos is the majority owner of Physicians Preferred, and he is out of the country for the next 3 weeks. And so, but they did request that I come. I'm representing them in the enforcement action that was brought by the MED. I understand, I've heard the comments that were made, and of course, if the council decides for a continuance, that makes total sense. The only points that I'll note, one is that there are several different licenses being held, that are held with the city of North Glen. 2 of them have expired, and those are the ones that we're talking about tonight. They have to deal with the medical side, the medical licenses. There are 2 more that are up for renewal, I believe in a few months. They expire in January. And then, of course, every year, these licenses are going to be up for renewal again. And so if there is, as relates to the substantive allegations, because there's an order of summary suspension, it does relate to the cultivation of Physicians Preferred. Physicians Preferred uses only its cultivation in Denver. It does not use its cultivation in North Glen. The cultivation in Denver has been suspended. It's been shut down. And so there is no product that is subject to this enforcement action, that's subject to these allegations, that is being sold to anyone in the state, but certainly not in the city of North Glen. The dispensaries that are operating in North Glen are now purchasing outside marijuana from other cultivators because the cultivation for Physicians Preferred has been shut down. So even though this is the license for a medical dispensary, it is not selling any product to the extent that there are safety concerns. It's not selling any product that is subject to those concerns because that's been shut down. The only other substantive thing I'll say is that the sort of, it sounds like Councilwoman Brown, you've read the substantive allegations. There is a singular employee that is sort of the subject of these allegations. That employee was terminated at the end of 2022, has not worked for Physicians Preferred at all in 2023. And so the allegations, while of course Physicians Preferred denies a significant number of them, and is preparing, of course, to defend itself in this enforcement action. The allegations end about a year ago in 2022, and the sort of employee, the subject of those, who's also a respondent in that action, Mr. Rodriguez, he was terminated in 2022. So I don't represent that employee and Physicians Preferred. I just represent Physicians Preferred and the owners. So the renewal has already, this hearing relates to the renewal application for licenses that expired this summer. And those licenses will come up again next year, as well as there will be other license renewal applications that are coming through in the next few months. And so to the extent that the council says, okay, there is no current risk to the residents of North Glen because this cultivation is completely shut down, and we could push through the renewal that was submitted months ago, of course, for the now expired licenses, and then take this issue up as the city attorney presented at any time after the enforcement action by the state is resolved, then that might that of course would be Physicians preferred path, because then at least we don't have these two licenses being held up. We of course are working to submit the next applications, and then can deal with this once the state action is dealt with. If the state action resolves that there is no ongoing danger to the public, then and I don't want to put words in the city attorney's mouth, but to the extent that this is an issue related to sampling and test batch collection, that is an issue that is in the realm or purview of the state. And so to the extent that we are going to go through an enforcement action, we're going to go through a hearing. If the determination is ultimately made that there is no public danger, then then to come back before this council is just sort of an additional step to sort of confirm that the council understands or supports the decisions that were made by the hearing officer in the state action. So it is, of course, physicians' preferred preference if this could go through, but if the council chooses to continue it, then we will just see you again in a few months.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question for you, Council, is I think you characterized that you said 2 licenses. So there's one medical marijuana license and then one recreational license. Is that what you're referring to when you say 2 licenses?
I believe there's 4 licenses in North Glen. There are 2 related to the medical center and the medical cultivation. Those are the ones that are the subject of tonight's discussion. And then Physicians Preferred also has 2 other licenses related to its retail business. Okay. The business center and then the retail cultivation. The cultivations, neither of them in North Glen are actually being used.
Understand. So follow on, and that is, can you characterize the number of clients at Doc's Apothecary who are, well, first of all, what is the percentage of the business that is medical marijuana?
I don't know the answer to that in the city of North Glen. I don't know, because they have multiple different retail sites, multiple different dispensaries in Denver and in North Glen, and so I don't know the breakdown between medical versus retail in North Glen. I apologize.
So you wouldn't be able to answer the question, the number of potential North Glen residents or clients that are medical use marijuana customers that would be impacted, would you?
No, I do not know the answer to that. I do know that it's that Physicians Preferred presence in North Glen is, I think it's a reputable store and a well-used store.
Okay, and then what's the proximity to the next closest store that has a license for medical marijuana? How far away?
I don't know the answer to that in North Glen.
All right, thank you very much.
I apologize.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going back to the information and options that we need to consider and trying to just stick to that. So my understanding, please clarify, is that even if we continue the application, they can continue to operate while the renewal is pending. So their business isn't affected during the time between our hearing or our discussion right now and the state's.
That is correct. I was going to actually make that clarification. So nothing, whether you decide to obviously grant the renewal, but if you decide to continue the renewal, there is no negative repercussion on their North Glen licenses with the continuance. It is stayed, if you will, pending council's ultimate determination.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because it looks like if their business isn't affected, then, again, it just seems wise to let the state go through their investigation, analyze all the facts, and then that will help inform our decision as well. Because if we approve it and the state finds any issues, then it would affect the licenses anyway. So if it's not affected during that time, it just seems to make sense to continue the application. That is my 2 cents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
My question is more, I just want to know why the applications were late. Why were they allowed to expire? And maybe, Joanna, is that on our side that it took so long to get it through? Or was that because they actually applied late? I'm just curious. Has nothing to do with this particular hearing, or it's not a hearing, this particular conversation, but I'm curious as to why they were submitted late and allowed to expire.
So I'll let legal counsel answer part of that, but from staff's perspective, the renewal application was received on June 29th, 2023. So, I mean, that was before the actual expiration date of June 30th. And that is what allowed the licensee to continue to operate while the renewal application is pending. And then I made a note, to just explain, you know, the timeline of when applications are received and when they come to the authority. Staff has a background investigation period where we check in with the other departments. The order from the state regarding the summary suspension was received by staff on July 27th. And then now we're here.
So I
Sorry, I
think the
don't-
point is there was nothing late in this case. This is just
Okay.
the normal process.
Okay.
I just noticed that we're charging a late fee, so that's why I asked.
Well, and so let me back up. There is, the marijuana code does allow for a late renewal fee, and that is if a licensee submits their renewal application within 30 days of the expiration date. But that is not unusual to receive the application within the 30-day period.
Thank you, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem and most of you who have spoken to continue.
So I don't see any more hands up. I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem and those that have spoke. I think it's appropriate to continue. Does anyone want to speak to a different opinion, or are you okay with that? Okay, it seems like we have support for continuing, so can someone do that motion for me?
I move to continue consideration of the application for annual renewal of the North Medical Marijuana Center and optional premises cultivation licenses held by Preferred Products LLC, doing business as Doc's Apothecary until after the conclusion of the state licensing authority's show cause hearing.
I second.
Thank you. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I will close that vote and the motion to continue consideration of the annual renewal application until after the state's hearing passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you for being here. I will now adjourn the meeting of the Marijuana Licensing Authority and reconvene the regular city council meeting. We have 2 items coming up as discussion items. The first one is the proposed 2024 annual operating and capital improvement budget. Jason Loveland will present the proposed budget to council.
Good evening again. Let's see. So we have been talking about the budget for the last couple of months, and I consider those previous conversations kind of work sessions to go over various aspects of the budget. Tonight is a little bit more formal presentation, if you will, of some of the details behind the budget. Before we go forward with the public hearing, still opportunity for council feedback and for staff to hear that out and, you know, make modifications if necessary. There likely will be a modification because the day that I said, hey, this is ready to go, we got a renewal notice from CIRSA, which we spoke about earlier today. Our property casualty insurance went up 40%. So we have been talking with them to see what kind of modifications we could possibly make to reduce that renewal. And so that's kind of ongoing thing that we hope to wrap up in the next few days, but likely there will be some modifications to this budget. Revenue adjustments may happen as we move forward for the next week or two, as we see new sales tax numbers and some other revenues move forward. We would touch on those between now and the public hearing. We would report to you what changes from this proposed budget tonight have been made at the public hearing, just to keep everybody informed of what modifications, if any, are made to the budget. So tonight, just want to go over kind of a big, broad scope of the revenue summaries for each fund, and then take a look at key revenues and expenditures at a fairly high level, but a little bit more detail than we have talked about thus far. So these are total fund summary expenditures, 2022 actuals approved, and then most important column for tonight is the right column of the 2024 proposed expenditures by fund. I won't read all of those to you. You can see general fund, our main operational fund that we have at $37.9 million. And then at the bottom, total expenditures of $68.7 million. So very likely that as we go through the springtime, we'll reconcile our capital projects that will carry over from one year to the next. Perfect example will be City Hall. We have $30 million budgeted in 2023. The project's not going to be done. We'll make that reconciliation in the spring. So there will be project-specific modifications to this budget as we proceed over time. But for appropriation purposes that we would ask for in 2023 for the 2024 budget, those are in the right column, totaling $68.7 million. On the general fund, this is a little bit more detail than we have seen to date. In that right column, that's kind of captured there in the dark square, you'll see total revenues of $37.3 million and expenditures of $37.9 million. You'll see the changes from the 2023 budget on the far right side in each of the categories for a total increase in revenue of 8.4% year over year, and then expenditure increase of just over 5%. You also see the projected fund balance in that column. We're projecting to end the year at $12.3 million and end 2024 with the current proposed budget at $11.8 million. In the net change in fund balance, there's about 500, I have it written down somewhere, about $500,000 of one-time projects that are included in that. So we're really looking to make sure that we have a balanced budget on ongoing expenditures and just identifying one-time expenditures that would be a reduction in the fund balance. That way we can consider ourselves sustainable for the long term in the general fund. Notes on the side from our previous conversations in August, Police Department Employee Referral Program, community events funding for Police Department, and then the texting platform that were originally not included in the budget have been included in this proposed budget. So wanted to make a note of that specifically. The next slide, this takes a look at a 5-year projection of the general fund. We do this and we presented this on the capital projects fund, kind of the outlook. This is the version of that for the general fund, not related to the capital piece. And as you can see, various growth in total revenues as we move through the year, about a 3% projection of increase in taxes year over year. A couple of one piece on charges for services. We're projecting to capture the initial estimated revenue growth from the new recreation center over a five-year period, and we expect that to be captured, as you'll see, in 2025 and 2026. So really seeing two more years to capture about 40% of that revenue growth that we still haven't seen yet. On the personnel side, on the biggest expenditure number in this report, the staffing plan as presented in the binders from several months ago is included here. So that included 5 additional officers spread out over a couple of year period, 2025 through 2027. So that has been included. One big piece that is being funded by ARPA funds right now is the Crisis Response Unit. Right now in the 2024 budget, that group is $515,000 of expenditures and being offset by the same in ARPA revenue. So that is kind of a net zero program to the city. After 2024, those ARPA funds will not be able to be used. And so one of the considerations when we look at the long-term forecast is the way in which we would fund crew moving forward without that revenue support. So as you can see, this is fairly typical to see, kind of an ongoing decline of fund balance there towards the bottom of the page. Forecasting out, too many years can get you into a panic situation since we are unaware of what actually is going to happen. A couple of things I've mentioned that have not been included, which would be one-time in nature, the development of some residential properties for multifamily units. That's not included. Not a forecast for Carl's Farm final build-out regarding their commercial property, and not the impact projection for Prost. That hasn't been included. It's been included in a broad number of 3% sales tax growth, but not a specific impact that we may end up seeing once those developments have been finalized and constructed. Any questions on the general fund?
Councilmember Long?
Thank you. I don't know quite how to start this conversation. I'm trying to be respectful. I know that staff works long and hard to get the numbers just right, and I know you do this. Unfortunately for me, I was just getting used to the general fund summary you presented back in August when we first started this process. And now it's all changed in terms of how I see it, and I spent days now analyzing this, trying to get to where you really are, Jason. With all due respect, I think the staff is presenting us with a picture, and we just have to be bright enough on the dais to understand what is really taking place here. Now, first off, in August, you had the fund balance ending at 37%. And now, in 2 different sources, not only on this presentation, but also in your narrative, one says 31% and one says 32%. Now, if it's 5 or 6% delta in terms of the percentage of the fund balance, in my estimation, we're talking some $2.2 million. I put roughly 380 grand on every percent change in the general fund. Is that a good number? You're nodding yes?
Yes.
So where's that money going? I mean, where do we see it? Now, just to finish my statement, you made a very interesting comment here, but with all due respect, I thought it needs to carry a little bit more weight. I believe that Northglen's at a crossroads. I believe that we're at a tipping point. And this general fund storyline shows the tipping point. We've approved lots of expenses, and I dare say that they're not necessarily needs as much as wants. Needs are the requisites we need to continue on as a city doing our utmost to function properly. What I'm seeing here going into the future, we're taking monies from the general fund because we don't have enough revenues. And so we take the monies from our general fund to bolster the revenues, because these revenues do not show they have enough for all of the new added expenses that we have these wish lists on. And this is what council needs to deal with, in my opinion. And I'm looking at negative going forward here. And Jason has presented it properly. He's being honest and straightforward about it. But look what happens to our fund balance. We're not allowed to go by policy below 25%. You see what happens here in the ensuing years? We're looking at not enough money in the general fund to bolster the revenues to show a break-even operation. We've got lots of things that are pending and needs. One of which is the police department, which I have a specific ask, Madam Mayor, before I end my dissertation here. I'm just sharing with you, I studied this long and hard. And Jason, Heather, they're pressed to do what we want to have done as a council for all of these expenses. I'm saying that we have a champagne appetite with a beer budget. We have to make sense and look at what these numbers really are. And this 5-year general fund presentation that Jason and Heather have presented is accurate as best as they can discern it. It's up to us on this dais to make sense out of those expenditures and maybe send the staff back to looking at some expenditures that we might be able to back off on in order to have a better projection than what we're showing right here. He's doing his level best, this gentleman in front of me, to show what our revenues are going to be, what he projects for taxes. The property taxes, you might note, if you read in the detail, he's dropped it from 30% to 25%, which I think is accurate in terms of somebody's crystal ball for what's going to happen with our property tax increases. But I don't see the increases here taking place in the revenues. Anyway, what I'm sharing with you is we're at a crossroads, and we have to function as a board of responsibility to understand what we can do to change this up, because that, going forward, is unacceptable. If I were Standard & Poor's and Moody and I'm doing an evaluation on your credit rating, you just hit the toilet. It doesn't look good. He's agreeing with me. He's not disagreeing with me. We're at a tipping point. We have put more expenses on this city and these departments than we can carry. And with that statement, I'm going to make this statement with all due respect. As a council member, I'm making a specific ask for $500,000 to add 5 field sworn officers to the police department. Note, I'm not talking about the overhires, because in my understanding of overhires, all they are is a placeholder for turnovers that are going to take place. Not 5 new officers, these are the turnovers, which is why it has a revenue neutral effect for the budget going forward. That's why it shows 0 for new officers coming on board. I would add that the 7 that we're looking forward into the future, 5 of which are these overhires, 2 of which will take place, a sergeant and a tech person, this year. But 5 going forward doesn't come out until way into 2027. At roughly 1 new field officer, sworn officer per year. That's a far cry from the numbers we need at 85. We are woefully below right now, as I keep saying. And I'm not putting anybody on the spot other than saying the reality is we have to look at putting more police officers, sworn officers on the street. So I'm asking council, seeking council support to add 5 new officers, $500,000 to this budget, and find a way with corresponding reductions of $500,000, and for the staff to identify where we might look at those. Now, I've got many suggestions on my own, but I don't know if that's necessarily corresponding. Now, part of my other soliloquy here that I want to share with you is, over the next several meetings, taking us to October 9th, we have 3 council meetings. Not one of those meetings has a set aside to discuss budget, not one, as it now stands for going forward. I think it would be incumbent upon us, and I hate to use the word fiduciary duty, but that's what's coming into my head. I'm thinking we should have a work session off campus, off camera, not unlike our strategic planning retreat. They have a budget retreat so we can get to the bottom of these numbers and have staff give us some suggestions as to where we might look to reduce these outlays, which we're not able to logically carry on common sense looking, and that was the best presentation I could see that Jason gave us that really predicts the future. We're putting the staff in a tough spot to have to come up with these answers. It's up to us to help and figure this out. So with that, thank you, Madam Mayor, for my indulgence here.
Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So question, Jason, on slide 11, your revenues, taxes, does that include the ballot question that we are contemplating this fall or not?
It does not include that, no.
Okay.
So that would change the story.
Okay. If we were to do a kind of a hypothetical on that, how does that affect the change in fund balance? Have we done a scenario piece on that?
Yeah, so that, that revenue is approximately $3.5 million. So that would be available in 2026, starting in 2026. So that would, again, we talked about the various aspects that it could support, but in general, you would say $3.5 million to the general fund to then be identified to distribute to capital projects for road improvements or capital
Right.
projects for parks or whatever.
But you're
So
saying that kicks in 2026?
if that were to pass, yes.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor. There's just a couple of comments I want to make. I didn't think this is the appropriate time to be trying to make requests for change certain line items, but I just wanted to say that as a teacher, all the years that I taught, there was, I felt like there was a lot of damage done by using business metaphors for education. And I would say the same thing applies to the city council. We are not a business, we're not some kind of Fortune 500 company trying to make profit and all this kind of stuff. We collect taxes and revenue from our residents, provide services for our residents. And so I don't think it's really helpful to start shouting about that kind of thing. I think that's really all I'm going to say at this particular moment, because we, except to say that I do not think that we need a separate, whatever, secret budget meeting discussion. We've already had a couple of budget discussions. I think things should be done in public, and I think that's what we're doing tonight, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to also echo Councilmember Goff's comments regarding a secret, private, off-site discussion of the budget. I would like to also address Councilmember Long's concerns about the police department. I understand that we would like to hire additional police staff. Our chief of police has stood before us and explained to us the situation and the fact that we cannot we do not have the ability to hire these additional people. It does not have to do with the budget that we have constraints on. What it has to do with is with timing in the police academy, people that come through the police academy, pass the police academy, then get on the road and decide that it's not their career choice, or people that start the academy and don't make it through. We would love to fully staff, but unfortunately, we don't have the resources to fully staff. So, and by resources, I do not mean funding in any way. What I mean is bodies to fill those seats. I do not feel that there is a need to tie up $500,000 in the budget when we would not be able to use it. Our police chief has great knowledge. I respect his opinion, and it is not his ask. If, you know, we've had several conversations. I've talked to the chief myself about this, and the assumption that we can just go out and hire these police officers is a misunderstanding. It's not understanding how the process works. I do not mean that to insult Councilmember Long, but having not been around for more than a couple months, understanding the process of how this works is very important to the budget process. That is my comment on the police department. Now, on some of other comments that Councilmember Long made, I do agree that there is fluff in this budget. I've said it from the beginning. It might be minimal to some people, but I still have concerns about the requests that came through for HR for the additional, the Joy Club, the book club, the cultural events things. I do have concerns that those, although they make our employees happy, and we want to make our employees happy, we need to be cognizant of the fact that that's our residents' money, right? I think that we could scale those events down. I think that I just think that that's an area that where we could save some money. But in regards to the police department, I am not in favor of doing a $500,000 blanket that holds up the budget and just holds it up where we can't spend it anywhere, just in case we could get these officers, which from 8 years experience, I can tell you that we have never been fully staffed. Very rarely do we have an entire class. I can't think of once, actually, maybe one instance where an entire class graduated, moved on to patrol, went through their training and stayed with us. So those are my comments in regards to the police department. And also echoing Councilmember Goff's that I don't want to participate in a summit off-site to discuss the budget. The answers that staff has given me, the direction that staff has given me, and that I've always trusted, although I've had my own comments, does not require us to have a separate meeting on this particular topic. I understand Council Members Long's concern about the future, but there are elements of this budget that aren't budgeted into it, like the 2% tax that we have on the ballot this year. It's actually just extending it. That's not in here. There are elements that we don't budget in for a reason. And I agree 100% that we are not a business. We are not in this for profit. And I want to make sure that our residents understand that we know that as council. We're not in it for profit. We're not in it to do anything other than serve you and serve you to the best of our abilities. Those are my comments, Madam Mayor, and I reserve the right to come back.
Thank you. Now, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so my colleagues did say a lot of what I was thinking, but in terms of the fund balance, I know when I started on council, it was very high, and the issue was, this is our residents' money. We need to actually spend it on the things that they want. And it was, that started the process of looking at roads and you know, adding more money for roads and things like that. So the money is our taxpayer dollars, but it also needs to be spent on the things that we need to accomplish for the city. I agree, we need to look at the future, but as you said, there are things that are missing. I know there's still space in the marketplace. There's potential with Civic Center campus, right? Potentially, there could be some businesses going in there. So all of these things are not in the forecast for a good reason, right? To take a more conservative approach, and I understand that. I will say that I would not be okay with discussing anything off camera, just because I think that our residents need to hear us talk about this and have these discussions, and the why we're having these discussions out in the open is important to our residents. So I would just like to add to that and echo sentiments that were said before, that let's just have these discussions. That's what we are here for right now. And then the last piece is, I just want to clarify what I feel is some kind of misunderstanding that we don't want to fund additional police officers or support our police department. Maybe I'll just speak for myself, that there has been strong support to fund our police department and to make sure they're fully staffed. I will say from my personal experience, I know many chiefs and deputy chiefs and high-level command staff from all over the state of Colorado. I've worked with a lot of them, talked to a lot of them, and they are experiencing the same issue that everybody else is. They cannot get officers in. They cannot get enough people applying to keep their departments fully staffed. It is not, it's nationwide. In the NLC conferences we've attended, I'm on the CML executive board, and that is an issue that they also just brought up. It is not easy for any department to get fully staffed. We had this conversation, and I would love for a chief to come up again if needed, but we asked Chief, how do you feel about just funding those additional 5 officers? And Chief said, no, I don't think that is the right thing to do at this point in time. And I trust what our chief is saying to us and support what he feels. But the discussion also came about, and Jason, you answered this, was if we have some kind of miraculous enrollment and all these sworn officers, even though it takes a year to a year and a half to build up a good officer, right, from the time they're in the academy, so it's not a slow process. It's not an easy process. I mean, it's a very slow process. That if that were to happen, we can have that discussion if there needs to be additional funding to hire those additional officers. So that wasn't thrown off the table. And I just feel for our constituents who may be concerned that, this is a discussion that we're having. We are looking at that if it needs to happen. We're just trying to do it in a smart way, that we can stick to our budget and not use up those $500,000 at this point in time. But we all support the extra staffing if need be. And if I misunderstood that discussion, I would love to hear it again from Chief or from you, Jason, but that was my understanding. If we got to the point that we're fully staffed, then we can talk about those 5 additional officers to get to 85 or 83. Yes, was that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay, thank you.
Your statement was correct.
See if I have any other questions in a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure every council member gets a chance to respond at least once before we go around again. If you have not had a chance to weigh in, please let me know. Councilmember Walker, are you jumping in?
I'll just say, I don't think we need any extra kind of meeting or anything like that. There is definitely some things in the budget, the HR concerns that I have as well, but that's all for talk for later.
Okay, Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to piggyback and sort of echo my fellow members about how we are not a business, and we collect we're all residents of the city. We want our tax money, I think, to be well used, and not just hoard it as a city. So I just want to echo Councilmember Goff's and Mayor Pro Tem's sentiments as well around that. Thank you.
Okay. Before we go any further, I just want to point out that we have a minute to go, and so we are going to need to vote to stay in session. And then I think there might be some pieces to that. There's quite a bit left on the agenda that we haven't gotten to. But one, we need a motion to continue going, and we don't have to, but I would like to get some thoughts from staff on what is possible to move?
The two executive session items are possible to move to next week's meeting.
Okay.
The second discussion item is about next week's meeting, my performance review, so I think that can be a relatively quick presentation following the budget discussion, but the two exec session items can be moved to next week. That would be my recommendation.
My concern, and it's not a concern in what you said, Councilmember Walker, but you're holding comments for later as part of this budget conversation, is that correct? You have more comments to add to the budget conversation, Councilmember Walker?
I'm sorry, you cut out there. Can you repeat that?
That's okay. I'm just trying to figure out, like, we could be coming to the end of a moment in this budget conversation, but you had mentioned that you have comments for later. And so I'm just trying to gauge whether or not we feel like we can finish this conversation tonight. We're at that point of voting to continue or not.
Right. I mean, my comments can be definitely saved for later. They don't take long, but I don't think that we need to dive into them tonight.
Okay. Well, let's, I guess we'll start with a motion and a vote.
I make the motion to extend the city council meeting tonight past the 10 o'clock time limit.
Do we have another time limit, or are we just gonna go until?
Once we approve this, we can just keep going until the cows come home or we all decide that we're done. But we do have to have a vote, like you mentioned, on going past 10 p.m.
Okay, can I offer a recommendation that we put another stopping point?
Okay.
Like
what
maybe
would you like
11
us-
is the latest? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we continue the city council meeting of this evening, 9/11, for no longer than 1 hour to wrap up discussions on the budget process.
Second.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open. Councilmember Burns, how do you vote?
Yes.
That's not my fault.
I'm with you. That's how my yes felt.
Councilmember Brown, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Councilmember Walker, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will close that vote, and the motion to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock to go no longer than 1 hour passes with one no vote cast by Councilmember Kondo.
Okay. Excellent. You want to stick with us?
If you're looking at me, I have to get up and go to the SDA annual convention tomorrow, and it's a 5:30 departure.
Yeah.
If I may be excused, I would greatly appreciate.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Travel
gotta,
safe.
Love you guys.
I gotta get up too.
But
Can I go with you?
Yeah, it's a keystone. All right.
Mayor, would you like me to revise that to 30 minutes?
No, we'll see what we can get done. Okay, well, thank you, Councilmember Kondo. All right, we're gonna continue. I believe we were mid-conversation about Councilmember Long's proposal. Do you want to, your hand's up again? Do you want to go back to it?
Yes. I would like to rebut some of the statements being made on my behalf again. You're putting words in my mouth. I never once said anything about for-profit. I never once said anything about running this as a business. You're looking at a person, if you dare to stare at me, who spent 12 years as treasurer of the North Metro Fire Rescue District. District, governmental, not a business, not for profit. You operate to break even as best you can. I never said profit. So I really take offense, quite honestly, and the echoing of that offense by saying that I'm running this like a business and I'm looking for profit. That is not the point whatsoever. And I happen to be running an educational not-for-profit organization. We don't run for profit, we operate to break even. We need 5 more officers. There's no two ways about it. If you want me to talk about numbers, I can. I think you people have lost sight of the fact we have 71 officers right now, 17 of which are in training and follow up on different, well, I won't go into it. But we're going to be far short of the 85 that is being recommended for us. And just because we can't recruit right away doesn't mean we shouldn't try. If we make the effort, if there's a budget out there, if we make it a matter of will with enough spine to find the officers we need to bring safety into our community, when we know that there were shortfalls coming off of working 12-hour shifts as a solution, hopefully that we don't go back to that. So I remain steadfast in saying we need $500,000 for 5 more officers, not the overhires, which is nothing but a replacement number for the turnover that we're anticipating this next year. So just have to say that in my own defense. And again, I would sincerely appreciate it, truly sincerely appreciate it, if there would be some respect for the fact that you don't put words in my mouth. That gets old. Thank you.
Thank you. So with respect to process, I want to keep us focused so that we can get through the budget. So I didn't comment in the first round, but I just wanted to provide some comments around the budget process. I feel like we're in it. Staff has done a ton of work. This has been the process that was started months ago. And so I also don't believe that we need to revisit it at this time and start digging. Now, that does not mean that slide on page 12, the slide right after that one, is not concerning. There's some things that we definitely need to consider that Councilmember Long and both Councilmember Brown have elevated as far as our spending trends and some things that we're going to have to look at. At this point, our staff is presenting a proposed budget to us. I don't believe that we should revisit it, and I don't believe we should add 5 officers at this time. So I think we need to take that one proposal right now and see. So I know that Councilmember Long is recommending that. Is there anyone that wants to speak for that in addition to Councilmember Long? So I don't hear, I'm not seeing council support for that idea. So I think we're ready to move forward. With other questions and comments about that? Okay, great.
Can I make one statement?
Sure.
When I talked about having a special budget session, I would like to do it like we did the strategic plan. That's what I was intending to do. That was my whole spirit of having a retreat for budget, not unlike what we did for the strategic plan. That was my only statement. So please don't twist that into something that it isn't, like a secret cabal or a Star Chamber session. That's not it at all. I was going to do it like we did our strategic plan.
Great, thank you. Okay, we've moved beyond that recommendation. What other comments or questions do you have for Jason about this proposed budget? Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to align us back again. What we can truly control is spending our money in Northglenn. So everybody on council, everybody listening, everybody spend your money in Northglenn and our businesses, and then, that's the direct way you can help. So, all right, I just wanted to get that one out there, just bring it back because, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, when you do see the declining numbers, that's never a good sign, but hopefully more businesses arrive, and I'm starting to think that it's Dutch Brothers that's bringing in all that money over there, so, all right, so maybe Canes will bring in some more money too, so something to look forward to. I'm trying to put some optimism around here, so.
I do my best with Dutch Brothers, Councilmember Jaramillo. They call me by name. I get special treats. Not that I'm a council person, just because I love the coffee.
It is good.
Frequent flyer. Okay. Councilmember Goff?
Okay, so my question is, this is an actual question. The Crisis Response Unit Program, I know it ends at the end of 2024. Is that, but you didn't include their salaries in this projection? Or did you?
So I did.
Oh,
So
good.
in
Yes.
in the spirit of being as conservative as possible,
Yes.
no assumptions made about new revenue other than kind of historical things that have happened and trended a certain way. And then excluded the revenue from ARPA support that's gonna go away, but maintained the staffing and the program for crew, and also included the staffing plan that we had laid out in the future. Mostly for conversation and a visual of, hey, if certain things happen, it's in the long run, not necessarily sustainable based off of what we have projected right now. So that's kind of the essence of these long-term forecasts and being, consistent with our comprehensive financial policy that says we're going to budget conservatively on revenues and expenditures, meaning on the low side of revenue and then on the high side of expenditures. So that is where the forecast kind of methodology comes out and
I just wanted to make
Yep.
sure, because if that wasn't included, then this would be worse looking than it is, so.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I would say is that, in past years when we've done these budget projections, I think except for, the COVID chaos, we've mostly ended up with more money in our budget than it was in recent years.
that is true. Yep.
Which I appreciate the conservative take. That is very helpful. Now, I guess one more question. Now, somebody brought up HH. If that passes, how would that affect our budget?
So most likely negatively on the property tax collection. I will say I haven't gotten to that part yet, and probably should have been the first thing that I said on the key revenues. We did get our preliminary assessed valuation on August 25th, and it did come in at 25%, lower than that 30% that had been estimated. So that's the equivalent of about $180,000. So that has been reduced out of this budget in the general fund and in the capital projects fund as far as revenue forecast. And then HH is its own piece with more work and analysis needs to be done on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So have we interrupted you? Carry on.
Carry on? Okay.
Yes, carry on.
Last slide. No, just kidding. So this is just a visual of what was on the last page regarding fund balance. The negative fund balance just means that those percentages we'd be short of that 25% minimum. But you can see just on the available side, if we were to talk about, going lower than in the next couple of years for special projects. As we know, we were at one point had an 88% fund balance. Last year, we've invested quite a bit in some other things. So now we're down to roughly $2.5 million of available, although the reserve is available if council were to direct that spending with a plan to build it back up. So that's just a visual there. Conservation Trust Fund, I'm going to go through these funds pretty quickly because they're consistent with what has already been presented when we did the CIP. So please stop me if you see something that seems misaligned. But Conservation Trust and capital projects, those are revenue sources coming in that we've talked about quite a bit. $500,000 or so in Conservation Trust, and then capital outlay expenditures, those are detailed later on about what those projects are. So the capital projects, we can pick and choose and identify what available funds we have to implement the projects. Capital projects, the same thing, total revenue, $14.3 million and expenditures of about $8 million. That number is going to grow in the spring of 2024 when we reconcile actual projects that carry over from one year to the next. In the water fund, I'm actually going to skip over these next couple because there's more important things to talk about regarding the budget. There are fee increases that I'll talk about on the water fund and wastewater fund. We've touched base during the capital projects presentations. Stormwater fund, no proposed increase to those user fees and charges. Small growth, you'll see in each of the categories in the stormwater fund. And then sanitation, again, no increase to the fees for sanitation. And then you can see the growth in expenditures year over year budget-wise. So one of the things from the initial document that we showed that outlined like really at a very high level of the budget for the general fund is the fact that we're making estimates. We actually plug in to each individual employee and vacancy, you know, the staffing merit and market increases that we proposed, and then we come up with an actual number. It was estimated about $1.2 million, and it came in closer to $900,000. So there were some savings there when we did the budget. So big picture, total revenues on slide 19. You'll see here the red, green, and blue, the blue being what's proposed. And you can see the increase in taxes along the lines, about $76 million of total revenue across all funds. Forecast for the next year, major component of that, 3% on the sales tax piece is pretty normalized as we look back over like history of kind of what a normal year is. We've had a good run in the last couple of years after 2020, where we're seeing a 20% increase followed by a 7% increase. This year, we're trending at about 4%. So somewhere between 3 and 4% is pretty typical. The property tax, again, going up 25%, is something that we've seen over the past decade a couple of times, and something that we have included here. I just kind of made that the statement. Again, ballot question H8 on the proposition HH may have an impact. Still more to come on analyzing how great that will be. But for reference, the 5% decrease in the general funds from my initial estimate to what the preliminary assessed valuation came in is about $180,000. So with property tax being about 13% of the city's revenues, that does have obviously an impact, but it is quite different than special districts and things like that that are very much reliant on the property tax. The next page, or next slide, this shows kind of the trend for sales tax. This is just sales tax specifically, and the growth that we've seen, the decline you can see in 2020, and then that growth in the estimate for 2023, and then moving up to 2024. Other key revenue elements to touch base on, again, part of our 10-year study in 2017 to implement water and wastewater rate increases. This was approved last year in 2022 for increases from 23 to 27 to help fund large infrastructure projects that are necessary for our water and wastewater users. So 2% increase, and you can see the kind of the average bill more, between $1 and $2, and then the increase on the other side of wastewater of 5.25% has just over $1 impact on the average monthly user. This just breaks down the next couple of slides where Northglenn falls as compared to some of our peers that we can benchmark against. Right there kind of in the middle on water rates for winter consumption. That's the 15,000 gallons is somewhat average for the summertime, and what the impact is on bills and where we fall. Wastewater, same thing, kind of in the middle of the pack on the average sewer rate. And that will continue into next year. Next, key expenditures. This is really just breaking down kind of the major categories that we report kind of at a rolled up audit level and rolled up budget level to kind of simplify things, since there's 2,000 accounts that make up all of this information. And you'll see on the right-hand side, total personnel cost of about $34.4 million, purchase services of 10.3, and then so on down the line. You'll see in the middle of the page, capital outlay. We have invested significantly in capital over the past couple of years. And, you know, we kind of went from not a large investment to $100 million fairly quickly over the past few years in different projects. So this is just more of a detail rolled up to see what the spending looks like for 2024. Breaking out the biggest category, $34.4 million on personnel. Here you can see that growth from what was actually spent in 2022 versus the 23 budget, and then the growth in 2024. And you can see regular wages, you know, just at under $27 million. And then we break out medical benefits, retirement, overtime, and then the other elements that go into personnel. Have mentioned this before, market and merit adjustments being considered right there. Like I said, the total accumulation of these adjustments to the overall budget across all funds is about $1.1 million, about $940,000 of that being specifically in the general fund that is included in this proposed budget. Staffing levels, again, we've discussed these 5.46 FTE, two kind of summer seasonal positions, an engineering intern, kind of make up the 0.46. But we do have parks operations, stage manager for the rec center, sergeant, digital technician, a reclassification that just is a few $1,000s to accomplish that. The concept of police overhires, and then the laboratory technician in the water fund. Things that we put on hold, theater guest service specialist, and then recreation assistant. And those are things, as we progress through budgets year over year, that really we have the awareness of the potential need, and then we also have the awareness of actual funding capability and ability to fund. And those will just be ongoing annual decisions on how those things come about. This is a breakdown of just kind of staffing levels between departments since 2021. You can see total FTE will go to about 346.1. That's full-time equivalent, so a lot of seasonal part-time positions are included in that number. But you can see by department kind of the short-term history of what changes have been made there. And then to capital projects, I kind of skimmed over those total expenditures in each of the fund summaries. You'll see capital projects fund, water fund, all of those elements of really what the total investment for 2024 that's being requested is. And there's slides beyond that show the detail of what's in each of those, but kind of shows you the breakout of where funds are going. About 50% of that is specific to our utility funds. That obviously is very vital and important in maintaining the health of the city. Here are the specific projects: Conservation Trust Fund, capital projects. Again, that number is going to grow when we roll over projects that didn't get finished in 2020, that don't get finished in 2023. Water fund, no significant new investments as we've talked about in the previous meeting, a lot of finishing up what we have going on and maybe some minor things that are important to tackle. Long-term obligations. As we skip ahead past capital. You don't want to lose sight of these. This pie chart shows the balances that will be at the start of 2024 for each of these elements. So $33.3 million for this. It says the Civic Campus. That is really the rec center. The Justice Center, 14.6 million will be outstanding at the end or at the start of 2024. And then the wastewater revenue bonds, $20.8 million. On the right-hand side, breakdown of the payments for each of those on an annual basis. So about $2.6 million for the Recreation Center, and about $1.5 million each for the Justice Center and wastewater bonds. So those are elements that are ongoing, that we're obligated to, that we can obviously continue to fund until those are paid in full. So I went through that really, really fast, and we're at kind of the next stage is to really hear council feedback tonight. Public hearing will be scheduled for October 9th, and then the adoption of the budget scheduled for October 23rd. Tonight, really is the opportunity to hear feedback, receive feedback. If there's modifications as directed by council to make, that gives staff an opportunity to put that together, track, and then bring forward at some point, either at the public hearing or prior to. That's just in a few short weeks, so we'll adjust as necessary. But again, we'll bring back any changes to forecasted revenues, or if we happen to be tidying up the line items and, making it, noticing anything that got captured twice, possibly, or didn't get captured at all. Just some general cleanup, as it's kind of a constant review process. We will likely make adjustments for the insurance premium that I mentioned to start. That's something that, since we're aware of it, we should probably capture and make sure that we get that included in the budget and see where we go from there. Again, about $80,000 in the general fund is what we'd be looking at based off of their estimated premium for us. So.
Okay. Councilmember Long?
Hi, Jason. I just have a small request. What you gave us starting this whole process back in August, and that, is there any chance you could do this over again, given all your stuff? 'Cause this format was very understandable.
The small format?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
If you could do that, then I could better understand maybe.
Yep.
Thanks.
I can do that and email it to everyone.
That'd be great.
Work?
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else have questions or comment? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I almost forgot my request at the beginning for the Kids in the Youth Commission. Where does that fit in all of this? Yeah, they're $500 for their drug addiction
In their current
project.
budget. It fits within their current budget, doesn't it?
So, trying to kind of put all the pieces together. So staff did not bring the request forward to me. So I was trying to text staff and get some more details on that one, and Cassie is out of the office this week. And I know her supervisor was out of the office last week, so I don't know if there was didn't have an opportunity to have some conversations, so hopefully we can put those together. So I need to better understand if that's because that $500 fits in their budget, or if that's because they didn't make that inquiry. So we will put those pieces together. If If it's because it already fits in their budget, great. If it's because they didn't get the opportunity to make that request, I will have that conversation with Jason as soon as I have all of those details. And
Cassie
if
was
there's
there.
council support, I guess that would be the question we have for all of you, is if there's council support to add that additional $500 if it is not currently in their budget.
Well, let me clarify, because they don't need it, they have it in their budget for this year, in their 2023 budget. They discussed that they would use that portion. So this is for the 2024 budget for ongoing.
And they-
And Cassie was there during that meeting, and she did mention she was going on vacation. So, and I did loop the city manager in, and this was the process I was told to follow.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
let's go ahead and see if there's council support to add $500. If for some reason Cassie factored in 500 of the already proposed amount, we'll let you know that. But my understanding was it's 500 additional dollars, so I
Okay.
would proceed that way.
Thank you.
And so is this a request to add 500 ongoing to the youth commission budget?
Yes. Well, yeah, add $500 to the youth commission budget. I don't know, Jason, do you want them to specify ongoing, or it's a one-time project, so without getting too technical.
Well, if it's one time, then it's one time. And then we'll confirm,
Okay.
as Amanda said, that I personally don't know what their budget is off the top of my head. If it's $2,000 and they're not gonna spend $2,000 and they have 500, they can just do what the project is. If we go to have a conversation and they're like, no, we have a $2,000 budget, and next year we need 2,500, we'll say, council can say, we agree to support that additional $500.
Okay.
That was their request, was an additional 5, just for youth addiction, for drug addiction.
For this
It's
one
like a
project.
separate sub-project, yes, separate from their current.
As a one-time request.
That's probably how it will go as a test for them.
We will clarify all of those details, and when we come back to say things that changed or didn't change, we'll report back on if there's $500 in there because it needed to change, or if not.
I mean, I'm good with $500. I'm just looking for clarity, because you said they had it in their budget, and then it was they want it. So I was like, but if they have it, why do they need it?
So they have it for 2023. For this year's budget, they have enough left in their budget that they didn't use.
Right.
And they had the discussion amongst themselves on what they would give up to make that 500 work for this project, because they didn't expect it. So they're giving up some things to make that work. They would like 500 additional for this project for next year, for 2024. Does that make sense? Is that?
It does make sense,
Okay.
yes. I just want to make sure I have an opportunity to talk with staff since they didn't have a chance to bring that request forward, and we'll confirm that, make sure we're all clear and have a clear request since it was a little outside of their typical process. But wanted to confirm that there was council support, and then since it sounds like there is, we will make sure that that gets added in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Walker, did you want a chance to ask your question?
I didn't have a question here. No, thank you.
Okay, well, we're rounding out the budget. This is the final moment.
I think I've voiced my objections on some of the HR stuff, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So, going back a slide. So this is where we are, so I just want to make sure, I see one hand, but I want to make sure that we get the council feedback in, because we go to public hearing on the 9th, and then we will adopt on the 23rd. So this is one of those moments to get your ideas on the table. Councilmember Brown, did you lower your hand?
I did, because I was just gonna thank Shannon, Mayor Pro
Oh.
Tem, once again. Drug addiction with our youth is just such a calling, and fighting it is so important to me. And I really do appreciate everything that, I appreciate the extra $500, and I appreciate your backing on it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other questions that, from previous budget presentations, department presentations? I think we're ready to move on. Okay. I don't see any more hands. Okay, thank you. All right, the next item is the city manager performance review process for 2023. So city manager Guyer is going to lead us through that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mayor, you just stated the purpose. The process we're going to talk through this evening, there are a couple newer council members that are not familiar with the process as longer-term council members are. This is a process overview. It's a very transparent process. It's a process that council completes annually, collectively as a team, using a easy-to-use Google form. That Google form link will be sent to all of council next Monday evening. I provide the mayor that Google Docs link, and then she forwards it to all of you, along with the self-reflection document that I will provide to her on Wednesday. The council provides an overall rating, as you'll see in a couple later slides, and then comments created in a collaborative setting, as I mentioned, as a team. The purpose is to provide growth-producing feedback and overall celebration of the manager's performance, opportunities for growth and development, certainly appropriate to include in the review process. There are 6 performance review categories, is how we refer to them. Those are outlined in the staff memo that's in front of you. The first is strategic leadership, the second, community engagement, the third, organizational management, the fourth, fiscal management, the fifth, communication, and the sixth is interpersonal relationships. The category ratings are based on a point value system that lead to an overall effectiveness rating or overall review rating. So this timeline is right here. So we're providing this overview today. Next Monday evening, council will have a work session. That work session is completed in an executive session because this relates to personnel matters. On September 25th, you'll then debrief the performance review with me and provide me feedback also in an executive session format. And then on October 16th, this is something new that I've added to the review process this year. This is a goal setting exercise that I'd like to engage council in. You'll see for the returning council members that as part of the Google form, I've added a last question. I think it might be question 40, which is asking for your feedback in terms of what your top 3 priorities are in terms of what I should be focusing on in the year ahead. So my intention is to compile, try to find some similarities of what that feedback consists of, and then bring that back to you on October 16th, also in an executive session, and have a conversation around what the focus should be moving into 2024. So as I mentioned, the mayor will send that Google Doc link next Monday evening, as well as providing you with a copy of the self-reflection document. One note on the self-reflection document, this year I've shifted my approach in terms of trying to simplify the document based on council feedback last year. It's not going to be in a notebook format. It will be an electronic file, and each performance review category will be limited to 2 pages of reflection. So smaller number of total overall pages for council to review when you do the review Monday evening. Don't know is data. This is really important. And in particular, if you click a don't know rating, it's also very helpful if you provide any overall comments to me, so that way I can have a better idea of how to either provide more information, or is this an opportunity for all of council to learn information. The council reviews their feedback and selects an overall numerical score. So that will be pretty straightforward once you have the Google form in front of you. This is one example of a sample question format. This question creates opportunities for the city to shine through articles, speaking opportunities, leveraging grant funding, hosting workshops, meetings, applying and receiving awards / recognition. And then you just mark one. So you can see there where you have the option of don't know, but otherwise it's a do well, on track, or needs improvement rating scale. This is also a sample question format in terms of what you will be asked to rate for each overall performance review category section. So this is one for strategic leadership. So you'll have the different performance indicators as we refer to them, and then you'll be asked to rate do an overall rating, that you see here. And then this is typically what the final evaluation scoring will look like. I think there may be some adjustments pending on how many council members are present and participate in the review process. But this is the point differential. And once council members complete the Google Doc review and then submit it, I get instantaneous feedback via my Gmail account. And then I go through that feedback and make notes, any questions, that sort of thing. The mayor provides an overall summary that you all work with her to develop Monday evening. I will be out of the office next week, so I won't be looking at anything until I get back 24th, 25th. And that is the process. Any questions?
So I think, I don't know if we lost Megan. I'm hoping we did, actually. I hope she's just asleep when the baby sleep. I don't know if she's still with us, but I just wanted to comment a little bit on the process because it's different than when I came on council, and it might be different than how you've experienced evaluations in the past. And one of the things we added was that transparency piece. And I would say my experience last year with this process is it went really smoothly. And Heather got some really good feedback and reflected on that and then came back with goals. And so I like that you added that additional piece as just a regular part of the process. So
Thank you.
I do look forward to it. And I think that the other thing that's different is instead of having a contractor, consultant, kind of chase down 9 people for 2 months. We basically all just say, we're committing to the work, we're doing the work together, and we get it done. So, because it's hard to wrangle 9 of us. Do you have questions about the process? I see Becky's hand. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'd like to thank Heather for her condensing her document. Last year it was a little bit overwhelming, so I really do appreciate that you've done that for us, and I'm sure that probably saved you some time too.
You're
So
welcome.
thank you very much for that.
Absolutely.
Does anybody else have questions? It's kind of like a work session, so, we kind of, dig in and buckle down and get it done together. Any questions? Okay. So dare I ask, we sort of have 20 minutes left. You want to try to?
Let's try.
Let's try, okay. We are going to try to go ahead and do at least one, if not both, of the executive session items. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn to executive session pursuant to section 4.5D of the City of North Glen Home Rule Charter for legal consultation and advice regarding Justice Center Foundation issues and quasi judicial process.
And I would recommend just doing the first item, because the second item's going to take some time, and I think at this time of night, it's probably not good to
Great.
get to the level of detail I need to get to.
Just number one. So moved. Thank you, Catherine.
I'd like
Second.
to motion to move to executive
There's a
session.
3-minute if somebody's in the audience for 3 minutes or on the
Oh,
phone.
absolutely. We can definitely go back. We were trying to get some things done because we're technically over our thing. So yes, come on up. Public invited to be heard.
Thank you so much.
3 minutes. State your name and address and let us know what you'd like to say.
My name is Beth McElry, 11512 Gilpin Street, Ward 2. So there were a couple of things that were mentioned in our budget discussion, specifically about the police, that I found quite concerning, and I wanted to bring them up. You'll be hearing from me more about this in additional meetings. One was that since we can't find police, we won't budget for it. If we don't budget for it, we really won't find police. If we can't find police, then what that tells me is that we need more resources, not less. The other thing that was mentioned is we talk about 5 officers and 7 officers, but that's not the number. The number is 14 officers to be fully staffed. We currently have 71. This is coming from previous budget discussions and public meetings. And we need 85 to be fully staffed. That's 14 officers. It was said that we won't be able to fund them in 2024, and perhaps we'll be able to fund them in 25 through 27. Meanwhile, our officers are logging 650 hours a month, and that's down. And that was July 2023. So we are putting additional pressures on our officers. If we don't have enough of them, then they can't respond to all of our resident calls for service. And what this is saying to the residents is, we're not going to put police officers on the street. If we want to fully fund them, then I think the city council should come up with a plan. We can't do it now, we're having troubles recruiting, and these are the steps we're going to take in order to recruit, retain, etc. Let me look and see. I've got notes. I was doing them on the fly, so excuse me. So, I don't usually throw around these credentials. I was an accountant for 27 years, a not-for-profit accountant for a very large organization, billions of dollars, and then for a smaller organization, $3 to $5 million. I've done my share of budgets. And let me tell you, trust me, that budgeting is all the same for any organization. It doesn't matter. You make a budget and you follow a budget. If you all would like some thoughts about where we could find the money this 2024 to fund at least 5 officers, I've got some ideas. Call me. Thank you.
Don't see anybody. I think we've ran out of time.
Kent
Based on the time it
Kisselman,
takes to
yeah, Kent
pack up.
left, and
Yeah.
he's an integral part of the first item, so,
Okay.
yeah,
So
just
we'll
go ahead and
move them
adjourn.
both to next week?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. But we don't, I'm going to take back Catherine's motion. And we are going to adjourn. Thanks.